welcome to a new episode of our Film Talk podcast.
A long-awaited one.
It's been such a long time, but finally we're back with a jumbo episode, basically.
Yeah.
We try to just do a review. How do you say it?
More of a recap. We are trying to recap everything we've watched until the last time we've talked, which is quite a lot.
Well, to be honest, I haven't watched that many films this year, like compared to last year.
I've watched more, but last year I haven't watched many, so it's comparatively also very moderate.
But I think we're currently trying to kind of regulate our movie consumption. Like we've talked about this in private, how over consuming movies is like really bad for us both.
Good. Okay. Granted, I think you had more of a problem with this than I did. I guess with your 2020 with how many movies? 50?
I think 150 or something.
150 movies. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's hella impressive.
Yes. I've tried to watch a movie every 2 days because I couldn't fit in one movie in 1 day, so I basically split the movie up in 2 days, like in two parts. But it's kind of contradictory because we are regulating our movie consumption to kind of digest the movie much better.
Yeah, I guess.
But in this jumbo episode, we don't have the time to actually dive deep into every movie. So,
the irony.
Yeah, that's the irony.
Yeah, we are going to go fast and just give our opinion mostly and talk a bit about it more if both of us has seen it. And we will just go chronologically in order, starting from probably February, right?
Yeah, February.
Okay, let's start then.
In February, we've watched Tokyo Godfathers together.
Yeah, so for some context, we tried to watch every Satoshi Kon movie to eventually do like an episode where we would talk about them. I guess this episode is right now, but we won't go too in depth in that. But that was then the first one that we've seen collaboratively. And
overall, we both liked it. I think, Michael, you liked it even more than I did.
Yeah. So, from what I remember, you were kind of lukewarm on it, and I really enjoyed it. So, for people that don't know, it's basically like this Christmas story in Tokyo about like these homeless people with like fantastical elements in it, and it's, you know, because it's Satoshi Kon, it's really well animated. There are some allusions to Christianity and like the Christmas story.
Yep, and the fantastical elements are, of course, reasoned by the fact that it's a Christmas movie. But for me personally, I just found it too, like, over the top. I mean, fine, it's an anime and it's like a mood booster of a movie, but at times it just really is a bit exaggerated.
Yeah. I mean, it goes for that comedic tone. And it does have depth in the movie. Like, for example, I don't know the main character's name anymore, but...
it does,
like,
but... But, like, as in many anime movies, it just tries so badly to evoke pathos, and it's really unsubtle in that regard. I mean... Maybe. I can see where you're coming from, why you really like this movie, because it's really, if you just ignore this, this barrier and just soak in the entire experience, you can easily neglect this part. But it's like in anime, it's really hard for me to buy into this,
Yeah. Maybe to give some context, I'm also more of the anime watcher of us both, but...
Definitely.
Yeah. Maybe I don't know. I don't remember much of the story except like the fact that they're also carrying that child around and trying to like bring it to their its parents and that whole thing. And it had the drive, and it was just really fun and with also depth, and it's beautifully animated. I don't know what else to say.
I think it's been like half a year, so our memories are kind of blurred a little bit.
Not to say, we're not talking out of our ass, but we are kind of doing it also.
Yeah, but maybe to sum our first movie up, we both liked it. I think I gave it 3 stars on Letterboxd. Yeah, indeed, I gave it 3 stars. You gave it 4 or 4.5?
I did give it 4.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Would you also give it 3 if you didn't obey to your whole number critique system?
Yeah.
Oh my. Yeah. Oh my.
It wouldn't be a 3.5, to be honest.
That's where we disagree. Why not? I mean, it's...
Come on. It just didn't...
Okay. Name a better Christmas movie than that. Genuinely better Christmas movie.
Better Christmas movie. Let me think. I'm a Google Christmas movie.
Don't say some shit like Die Hard. I haven't watched that.
No, I won't. But I don't know if you've heard of the film, but in 2019 there was a film by I think it was a Netflix production called Klaus.
Okay, Klaus.
It even won. Right. No, it was nominated for.
What is it? A horror movie?
No, that's Krampus.
Oh,
I like Krampus more than Godfather, to be honest. Not Godfather. Godfather.
Yeah. Dude, all of IMDb is going to jump on you.
We have to prepare for the search of dislikes.
Yeah. Dude, we get ratioed.
No, Klaus is actually less subtle than Tokyo Godfathers because in the story.
Oh right, it's about isn't it about like the nephew or son of Santa Claus or something?
Yeah, sort of. It's not the son. It's like a male boy who has to deliver post to like a remote city or village, and he gets trapped there. And Santa Claus comes to visit. No, he discovers Santa Claus' house somewhere in the woods or something, and then a friendship unfolds, and they have to deliver gifts to the townspeople. And the town is just really, really conservative and how do you say, just there are just weird people.
Prejudice?
No, wait. I think they don't even believe in Santa Claus anymore or something.
Well, that's not very conservative.
It's conservative. I mean, in terms of they're not open, you know.
Okay. So they're like, oh, it doesn't exist. It only exists in my bubble. Yeah. Okay. And you think it's a better movie than the wacky Tokyo Godfathers movie about homeless people trying to carry a child to her mother.
Okay, in hindsight, Tokyo Godfathers is like, okay.
You have to at least say that it's more creative.
Content-wise, Tokyo Godfathers is definitely more creative, and probably the story is definitely more innovative. Klaus is just, I think, aesthetically much more pleasing. I just like the style more, and really sometimes Tokyo Godfathers really scared the shit out of me with those facial expressions the characters had.
I mean,
it's an anime, but I think you don't have to go that far. It's like sometimes straight out of a horror movie or something.
But I don't know. I think, isn't that kind of the point that you're also exploring what you can draw? You know, like otherwise, why would you animate that?
Yeah, I hate myself for not liking this movie anymore, man.
Yeah,
but I mean, we're going to talk about more of Satoshi Kon's films. So
yeah, we might make a tier list. Tier list incoming,
including Millennium Actress and
Yes.
Paprika, and it will be interesting when we are talking about Millennium Actress.
It will be.
It will be because I gave it 5 stars and you 4.
4.5.
4.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
But not to jump right ahead. Maybe to like
it's
transition
just a
to
little
the
teaser.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Michael.
Sorry. So in February, to kind of conclude. Okay, we would both recommend Tokyo Godfathers, right? Even if you don't like anime, it's
cool.
It's cool. Yeah. The next for me would be The Kid Detective.
You've told me about this film.
Yeah, it's like this. Maybe to keep it simple, it's like this kind of dark comedy. Like it is in the first half more comedic than in the second, and it's basically about like this man that used to be like this brilliant kid detective, like he was the regarded as kind of a genius in solving cases, and it was kind of cutesy because he was a small kid, but now he's growing older and he's like this pathetic dude that's kind of just living in his past,
Mm-hmm.
And then he gets confronted with an actual case. So, okay, before that, there was a case that he couldn't solve when he was a child. And that kind of also, marked the downfall of his reputation and whatnot. And then later he would like get this new case from someone that involved a murder. And basically you kind of see him like struggling with an actual case, and also there are some very funny tidbits in there because he's not a trained detective. He's like this wannabe detective that you try to root for, but you're also like, oh well, you don't really have the qualifications and everything. So yeah, I gave it 4 stars back then, and I still think it is good on that level.
Mm-hmm.
It's really just a dry, dark comedy that first is kind of comedic because you're laughing at him a bit, and later it just also gets darker because then the case is kind of unfolding and he's actually making progress with it. Yeah. And there are some revelations.
One thing I heard about The Kid Detective is that it gets really dark in the second half.
It does.
Right? When the past haunts him, when he's not able to solve the case with his friend. Was it his girlfriend or just friend?
I guess you could say he had a crush on her.
Ah, okay.
So she would be working for him, like he had his own kind of detective place, and she would help him out there.
Okay, cool.
And it was like the town's daughter or something, like the mayor's daughter. So it became, there was this extra weight on it.
Oh, okay.
I would, to keep it vague and not spoil too much, he realizes that things he believed about the cases he solved as a kid, and some of the things that they weren't actually true. So like there will be revelations with that revealed much darker stuff, and eventually it would all kind of piece together to like this really fucked case. Yeah. And even to the end, it's just like at the end when I won't say anything, but it's very perfect. Yeah.
Where did you watch it?
Somewhere.
Okay. Disclosed information.
Undisclosed information. For legal reasons, I'm not saying anything.
Yeah. I finished my month with February, of course, with Weathering with You.
Oh, right! You watched it.
Yeah, I watched it.
It's funny because maybe to like give some context, Josh first watched Your Name, like any normal person, and then watched Weathering with You in that month. I first watched Weathering with You, and then I watched Your Name later this year. And we'll get to that. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, and overall, I like Weathering with You. Like, I can understand people's opinions about the film not being as innovative as maybe Your Name and very copy and paste, like in terms of style and soundtrack. But
yeah,
I don't know. Makoto Shinkai's movies are still like eye candy, and I just
that's true.
fall for it every single time. And no matter how like, you know, like blunt the story is, or how unsubtle it is, I just the pictures and the characters just kind of boost the experience for me.
Yeah. It's funny. I've seen both. Either you were lukewarm on Your Name or thought it was good but not great, and then you think of Weathering with You like as perfecting like the formula, or you think it's kind of a rehash and hate it. That's the
really,
two.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really divisive.
I mean, many shots are like almost directly extracted from Your Name. And Rant Wimps, I think the band's name is.
No idea.
The Japanese band that worked with Makoto Shinkai on Your Name is back with Weathering with You. And the music is like J-pop, you know, like... No, it's not J-pop, it's not J-pop, it's actually J-rock, it's J-rock.
Yeah.
It's J-rock.
Pretty
upbeat, right? Very rhythmic. It's cool to listen to, but it sounds like really the same.
It's a bit
like
generic.
All the mainstream
that's true.
songs, yeah.
Yeah.
But overall, it's quite cool, and I believe the film isn't even that long, so it's like a breeze to get through. I may be wrong. I would say I'm just looking it up. I think
it was shorter than Your Name. Oh wait, it's
almost
1 hour and almost 2 hours. Okay,
yeah, it's as long as Your Name. So
okay, well,
but definitely weaker than Your Name. Even
though you gave
I gave both 4 stars. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if you like dissect the movies independently, there shouldn't be a really big difference, because most people who give Weathering with You a lower score is because they had a better experience with Your Name, or they went in with even greater expectations.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm mostly giving scores just based on this movie, like completely out of context. So on its own, Weathering with You is just beautifully animated. I just really like this animation style more than Tokyo Godfathers. You may say that you just like
I get
clean
that.
pictures,
I mean, it's much cleaner. Yeah. It has, and they use technology.
Yeah, I mean,
look, make everything.
If we compare Satoshi Kon's art style with, like, for instance, Makoto Shinkai's, you could say that,
which is the director we're talking about the whole time.
You could say that Kon's art style is more analog, and Shinkai's is more like digital.
Well, I mean, we'll talk really about Paprika, so
I really like to draw the comparison between something that feels a little bit more nostalgic, like, for instance, if you shoot in film and you have that slight grain, as opposed to if you shoot something digitally and everything basically looks unblemished. So I'm just more of a sucker of the latter one. I can't help it, so yeah.
I mean, I think both look great. My problem many people's problem with Shinkai is possibly like his pacing and story. what I would say is it's been a while since I've watched Wearing Few. I saw it actually
Okay.
in theaters, but from what I've read, I think I think the dialogue in Weathering Few fits better. Like Makoto Shinkai's dialogue feels very. It does feel like some guy who just discovered girls or thinks he's not that pretty and whatnot,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and kind of I guess more introverted
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, maybe whimsical.
Yeah,
And
really whimsical.
yeah,
Almost like Ghibli whimsical. No, maybe not that whimsical.
not that.
Not
Yeah.
that whimsical.
Anyway, I mean, he's just like focused on these. I've only watched these two, but like from them, it's mostly about like this teenage love and also a bit of coming of age. And I think it like his awkward dialogue fit that more to Weathering a Few. Like when the protagonist is actually like this pseudo philosophical, trying to be deep teenager, you know?
Yeah.
Like it fits.
Yeah.
And I think the message of Weathering a Few is also like it's interesting. I don't know if I would agree with it, but I mean you could read into it that he's basically saying that young people shouldn't be responsible for like climate change is obviously bad, but that sometimes you also need to kind of you shouldn't feel pressured by it. Like at the end he chooses that the girl comes back, which results in like climate catastrophes, you know?
Right.
So you could see that into that.
You could see that. I mean, you could interpret the ending as the protagonist being egoistic, and
yes,
but also like on the other hand, it's more like okay, he just it's what it is. You have to kind of deal with it, and I don't know if is it shown that no, maybe it's the wrong movie. But in the end, the people are. It's like raining. It's like constantly raining, right? And people find ways to deal with the rain, and like there's always a way out. So it's not like a complete catastrophe. It's like it's not like this. Humanity is like doomed or something. But the ending is really ambiguous, and after watching the movie, I just found it. I couldn't like make sense of it somehow.
I mean, I don't remember all of it, but he gets her back, kind of, but then he gets arrested or something, and then they meet again after many years. Something. I mean, he gets back to the village he used to live or something.
Yeah.
I mean, it starts with
he finishes school.
Yeah, he finishes school
in his hometown. Leaves the hometown and goes back to Tokyo.
Yeah, and he also meets the people he has previously met there, and also just I guess goes to her. It's getting blurry for me.
Let's just move on to March.
Yeah, I think we would also recommend that movie, would we?
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
Okay.
For people who like anime, it's really shouldn't disappoint.
Yeah, though it could seem generic.
Yeah, just lower your expectations, or just watch the movie.
Watch it in the background.
Yeah, or just watch the movie without thinking about your name, without thinking about who the director is, and just enjoy this singular experience. And
exactly.
Then see for yourself how you like it in the end.
Okay.
Let's go to March. So I have your Letterboxd diary. I'm looking at it right now. So in March you've only watched 2 movies and
one movie. The other one is an anime.
Oh, the other one's an anime. Okay.
Yeah. Letterboxd is kind of inconsistent with that.
Really inconsistent.
Not to go on a rant, but
Millennium Actress.
Yeah, Millennium Actress, the second movie we've watched together.
Yep, and it was awesome.
It was really good.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we would probably both agree that it's probably the best way he incorporated like his animation transitions and everything into a story, which is fairly grounded. Like it's
really grounded for Satoshi Kon standards.
Yeah, like it doesn't have that much fantastical elements in it. He just really utilizes. I mean, the movie is about a very famous actress, hence the name Millennium Actress, and she's kind of telling her life story, and it's really interesting because he is also incorporating her movies with reality. So her story is told from the perspective of the movies she starred in,
and also really, the past is blended in with the present.
Yeah, like the reporters that are actually present are also like sucked in literally into her story, and it's just very fun.
This is just really genius.
It's really a genius way to tell the story. Also,
isn't it like in hindsight? Isn't it mimicking the film audience relation? How when the film is good, we as the audience are sucked into the movie. Like we are becoming characters, characters who we identify with.
It is kind of meta like that. Definitely.
But in Millennium Actress for me, it's not over exaggerated. Like everything is like on point for me at least.
The reporters are kind of these. The reporter are a bit comedic reliefs, yes. But which I don't mind. I like that.
Same. And the film just balances really well the comedic elements with more of the heartbreaking elements, and the film just feels really, really sweet. It's not even bittersweet because the ending is like it's a happy ending. Even though I think she dies, right? In the
She dies.
That's a spoiler, but never mind.
Well,
whatever. The film is like 20 years old, but it's more.
Should have seen it by now.
Yeah, but it's more niche, so we can't expect people to have seen the film.
Basically, warning for every movie we are going to talk about.
No, actually. Yeah, actually, we have spoiler warnings for each episode.
Did we?
We have, yeah.
Damn.
Right? We have No, like, people assume that we're talking spoilers in our episodes.
Yeah, so that's how I saw it.
Yeah.
This is our relationship to our viewers.
So, we basically are not restricted by spoilers, so we can just...
Yes. We'll probably put it in the title or something.
Yeah. I mean...
Maybe, yeah? We were talking about the ending,
Yeah, the ending, right? She dies.
She dies.
And there's a Letterboxd review that says, "We all die, cinema is immortal." And this just gets to me somehow, because her films she played in the past just feel so alive, and I think in the context of the films are really, really timeless, because the film references itself. Have you noticed that? Like,
Yeah, right. The millennial actress is also, or
yeah, in that sense, but also in another sense, because we're basically following her career, right?
yeah.
And the films she stars in later in her career, if you I don't know, if you pay close attention, you can even see like old film posters of her previous films. So everything is like really enclosed, and so it's like the films in Millennium Actress are referencing films in Millennium Actress. A bit confusing, but just genius somehow.
Right.
It's just a complex web.
It is. It's also, from a historical viewpoint, it's also just really interesting because, you know, it is also kind of like experiencing the life of a woman going through Japan, basically after World War II, I think. And that's also really cool. Also, how to see a bit of the movie landscape back in the days, the movies that are presented there.
Because every movie is like a product of its time, right?
Yes.
So not only do like we feel real empathy with those people in those like hard times. She like stars in films dealing with World War II, maybe? Was it World War II? I don't know. But she
I think
definitely
so, yeah.
starred in a war
definitely.
movie.
Yeah.
And you just feel for the people there. And it all feels just really natural because it's not forced anything or anything. It's a movie she stars in, and the underlying theme just gets to you somehow.
What I also really liked is, I mean, at the beginning, like there's the start of a rocket, and you don't suspect what that means. But later it is revealed that it's kind of like instead of going to the light, she goes into space, kind of as she dies, and it's really. I mean, at the first you think, okay, it's just another movie of hers, which it is. But as we said, it kind of parallels her real life, and with that imagery, we actually see her demise, and it's also it's just really creative at how it utilizes those elements.
I think we forgot to talk about one element in the film.
Yeah,
and it's the plotline with her, not boyfriend, but the guy she's chasing after.
Yeah.
Right? And how Con embeds that plotline into this entire beast is just done really, really well, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it's very intertwined with her life. Yeah. You could say she was basically like chasing that person. And man, there are some revelations in the movie with that. Like it gets interesting with like him actually being shot down, but and also like the person who killed him trying to apologize, but she's not there, and her just still chasing after him, not knowing that he's already dead.
Yeah.
All of that.
That's sad. Okay, yeah, again, I gave it 5 stars.
I gave it
4.5.
It's of all the Satoshi Kon films, it's probably our favorites.
I think for me it's definitely my favorite, but you really liked Perfect Blue as well.
Yeah.
So I think it's really a close competition up there in your Satoshi Kon list.
I mean, talking about Satoshi Kon, every one of his movies is really recommendable and not a must-see, but really a great pick to like spend your evening with.
Yeah.
So I would recommend it either way, even if it wasn't my favorite. I'm not sure about that, but yeah.
I mean, in his young career, he made only 4 feature films, right? Feature-length films.
Yeah, he tragically died of cancer. It's really sad. But if you have watched all these movies and kind of want to see more of him, there's also like a short, like this. I don't know what you call that. Basically, a compilation of short movies, in an anime style, where he also contributed one. And that's also really good. I don't know the name of it right now, but that's also really watchable. I think it's called Memories. Yeah. Okay.
But you
Moving
can
forward.
yeah, right. Just a final word. Really, just watch these films. Those 4 films are all quite short. Like, no film is over 2 hours. And
True. I mean, Paprika goes close, right?
Paprika was pretty long. No,
Yeah, it was
90 minutes.
90 minutes?
And
damn.
that's his longest film? Yeah. No, Tokyo Godfather's 93 minutes. That's his longest film.
Well, it's around 90 minutes. It's really not even that long.
Yeah.
Just watch it.
Just watch it, and please don't binge his films, because each film needs digestion time. So space them out properly and really just think about the films, assimilate his films, and move on to the next one.
Yeah. Okay, I see you have watched quite a few in March, so
yeah,
we should move on.
Yeah, we should move on. So in the beginning of March, I watched Judas and the Black Messiah. I wanted to watch some Oscar movies, and like this movie streaming website I've told you about, luckily was streaming Judas and the Black Messiah. And the film is basically it's not a biopic, but it's based on Fred Hampton, the leader of the Black Panthers, of the Black Panther movement, and it follows his reign basically, and it gets really political. And the funny thing about the movie is there's actually no protagonist. So Lakeith Stanfield plays Bill O'Neill, who's Judas. If we speak in biblical terms, and he is accountable for the downfall of Fred Hampton, because he actually betrays him, and
this is very biblical.
That's really biblical. I mean, if you look at the poster is really like how the characters are positioned. It's really genius.
It looks like backstabbing already.
Yeah, it's backstabbing, basically. It's backstabbing.
Okay.
And so I don't want to spend too much time on this movie, but the performances are probably the strongest aspects of this movie. Daniel Kaluuya won an Oscar for this performance, and Lakeith Stanfield got a nomination. And other than that, the cinematographer, I was really hyped for the cinematography, because the cinematographer shot 12 Years a Slave.
Oh, okay.
And The Place Beyond the Pines and Widows. So I didn't watch Widows, but have you heard of the 2 movies?
I've heard of Place Beyond the Pines.
Yeah.
It's this Ryan Gosling movie.
Right, yeah. Like, and the movie was really pretty. And the music was not that memorable. I remember it being really. Oh no, there's actually there's actually like a companion album to the film, and it's mostly composed of rap songs, talking about this political issue, this racial issue that's still ongoing, and really peaked in that time. No, actually, it peaked back.
Well,
but the tension was at its peak in that time. when there was like protests every single day, and it got pretty bloody, and
hence the poster, I guess.
Yeah, hence the poster. But actually, the film isn't that bloody. It's really political though. Yeah.
Okay, so it's like this historical drama.
It's a historical drama.
Okay. Was also Judas, like the Judas character, did he actually exist in real life?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's based on a true story. So this Bill O'Neill, who Lakeith Stanfield plays, actually did backstab Fred Hampton. But the thing is, he didn't do it after. No, he basically was caught by the police after he imitated being a police, right? And the police gave him an opportunity to shorten his prison sentence by infiltrating the Black Panther movement and slowly but surely just destroying the movement from the inside.
Damn.
So on the one hand, you're really how do you say, we're gonna it right. You're really rooting for Fred Hampton, but it's like really senseless because you already know the outcome if you have a little bit of history knowledge in this matter. But on the other hand, you just paradoxically also root for Lakeith Stanfield's character because
he's the protagonist.
Yeah, like, but both actors are titled as supporting characters. So you're weirdly rooting for Lakeith Stanfield's character because in his situation, if you want to shorten his prison sentence, which normal people would want to do, your only choice is to infiltrate the Black Panther movement. So it's really tense at times when either Fred Hampton's life is threatened or Lakeith's or Bill O'Neill's life is threatened. Not directly threatened, but in situations where people almost detect that he's actually a spy, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I think
Bill
Bill O'Neill.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's definitely worth a watch, and one of many worth watching Oscar movies. It's also an A24 movie. So that explains the quality I guess. Okay. I'm sorry, Michael. I've watched a couple more movies in March.
I think you still genuinely watched more movies.
Yeah, including Minari.
Yeah.
Minari was pretty heartwarming.
Yeah, I don't actually know what's about. I want to watch it, but what's the story?
Going to give you a quick overview. So the story is that an immigrant family from South Korea tries to establish a farm in, I think it was in Arkansas, right?
Okay.
And they moved from the west coast to Arkansas because the father, the head of the family, his dream is to have an own farm, right? And they left behind all they've got in the West Coast, where they previously lived, and I think we both can relate to this movie because their children actually are American, so they have a flawless American accent. Which is so funny because the parents speak really speak English with an Asian accent.
Got it.
But then you have those kids who are basically American, but in this community are still treated like outsiders a little bit, or not really outsiders, but they're viewed from a different angle.
Right.
And the family has to overcome obstacles along the way, Obviously, if you want to set up an own farm, it's not an easy thing to do. And then there are complications because the mother is not really content with the decision of her husband
to live in Arkansas.
Yeah, because everything is really inconvenient, right? They live on a farm. The supermarket, the hospitals, the schools, they're all so far away. And on top of that, the grandmother, which is also so interesting, she travels from Korea to Arkansas, right? To this remote farm to help the family basically set up their future life. And the kids don't really like the grandma because the grandma is just super, super Asian, I guess. And two cultures clash whenever the kids and the grandma basically spend time with each other. And overall, it's just a sweet story, and the ending is also quite uplifting and optimistic. Even though, right, was it really that optimistic?
Don't ask me.
Damn. No, I think it was. At least for the kids and the grandmother. But I believe the mother kind of manages to deal with the situation. But it's a family movie.
It's about family.
It's about family struggles. Not really adapting, but just, how do you say? It's not really adapting to a new situation, but more of coping, right? Coping with new circumstances.
Right.
Yeah, and the cinematography is fucking beautiful again, really.
Okay.
And it's also from A24, so dude, a lot of A24 Oscar nominees this year.
Yeah, I have to say I didn't follow the Oscars very
me neither.
Okay.
All
right.
And Steven Yeun was pretty great. No, actually, everyone was great in this ensemble, really. The grandmother was really great too. I think she got an Oscar for her performance, which is crazy if you think about it. Because her role is really it's not that prominent. It's not that prominent. But it's really, really vivid. Okay. And right. What else did I watch?
You've also watched 500 Days
of Summer.
This is interesting.
It's cool. It's a cool film.
You gave it 3 stars?
I gave it 3 stars. I don't like what's her name?
Zoe Deschanel?
Yeah, I don't like her, man.
What the heck?
I just don't like her. She's just so basic, man.
What are you talking about?
Dude, I know who's gonna kill me. The film is sweet and all, but I don't like Zoe Deschanel, okay? I don't know.
Not even... Okay, but it's not like the point is, at least for first viewing, that you kind of hate her. Because you're like seeing things from Tom's perspective, but later you also see that she's kind of... You genuinely just hate her as an actress, or...
I hate her. I just... Wait.
I'm looking
like... I don't know. I don't hate her as an actress.
Okay,
I just don't like the... not necessarily her personality, but just... I don't feel her, I don't vibe with her.
I mean, she shouldn't at first. I mean, she should be...
Okay.
The point is that they're kind of...
Right. The point is that JGL's character It's from his point of view, so the film is completely
Yeah.
subjective, right?
Yeah.
He sees this romantic relationship with Zoe Deschanel's character. What's her name again?
Yeah.
Summer, right?
Summer. It's literally the title.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, that's embarrassing. He sees this
A
perfect
bit.
relationship with Summer, right? And
Yes.
then of course Summer is like this girl who doesn't really want to restrict herself to a
Yeah.
relationship, and
Yeah.
for Tom everything just falls apart and stuff. Even
It's-
though Summer clearly states in the beginning that she doesn't she's not searching
Looking
for
yeah.
a boyfriend, right?
Right.
But
I mean, she even says that love. She doesn't believe in love.
she doesn't believe
So-
in love. Yeah, right. But every normal person, right, would remind Tom that no, I'm not searching a boyfriend, as I said.
I mean,
I don't even know if she knows that Tom clearly understood what she said in the beginning, because Tom was like completely struck by the love. Like he was almost blinded by the love. He fell
Yeah.
for Summer, right? But like
yes.
if I were Summer, right? Just hypothetically speaking, if I were Summer, I would remind him that he shouldn't be attaching himself to myself, right? Just I'm not looking for a boyfriend. Just don't.
I think
I wouldn't
she does
say
say
just
it
once.
a couple
I
of
would
times again.
Really?
I think so.
I thought
but
she
it's
said
been
it
a
only
while
in the
since I
beginning.
watched it.
Yeah.
No, I think I'm not entirely sure.
But I did enjoy the dance number in the middle of the film.
You mean
This little musical section.
Okay, yeah. I would say it is very creative for like showing what it's like to like first fall in love and everything, and like the first time you break up and it's ugly.
Yeah.
You feel like shit, and also like the scene, for example, with what he expects when he is going to meet Summer and during her wedding, and versus what actually happens and everything. So yeah, it's just, I think, a really, on the one hand, kind of exaggerated display, but on the other hand also very relatable display of the
for sure
relationships.
Yeah.
And yeah, for that I enjoyed it.
No, it's definitely relatable, because everyone falls in this trap that he imagines like a perfect relationship, plans out the entire future, and then just to be really, really disappointed and upset by the person he's falling in love with or loves. Right.
Yeah. So would you recommend it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Isn't that like almost a must watch? I mean, it's quite popular, right? It
is really popular. It does have somewhat of a following, I feel like. I mean, it also stars Zoe Deschanel and Joseph Gordon-Levitt, so obviously. Yeah. I also would recommend it. I think I'd like the movie more in hindsight than I actually did while watching it, but I still think it's a good movie. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Okay.
Moving
on to April.
Yeah.
Together we have watched Paprika
2 movies.
Fallen Angels.
Yes.
Michael, let's first talk about Paprika.
That sounds good. So Paprika is like another Satoshi Kon film we've hinted at earlier. It's like its plot could remind someone of Inception. It also deals like with dreams, but I would argue that it does it in a more creative way. And yeah, it's just really it's probably the most dense Satoshi Kon film. As in, it is really like there are a lot of things going on. It's a bit convoluted at times.
Yeah. The plot is sometimes really hard to follow.
Maybe intentionally so, yeah.
Yeah. And there is also body gore involved in this film, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Some horror elements, definitely.
It's not for kids.
Yeah,
let's say that.
Not for kids. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, remember that scene where? Yeah.
I don't know which scene you mean.
Yeah.
Oh man. How many?
It doesn't.
Yeah. How many stars did you give Paprika?
I gave it 4.5 as well.
4.5 as well. Okay, cool.
I just think it's I like Inception, and I think this just is upping it one more with like how creative it is. It maybe doesn't have like the depth to it, like, but still, I mean, it's really fun. It's very well animated. It has, I mean, utilizing like this concept of like manipulating dreams and everything is like a perfect gateway for this kind of stuff. And really did a lot with it. Also how like dreams and reality are merging together. It's just really spectacular, I would say.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, Nolan was actually inspired by Paprika.
Yeah.
When he before he shot Inception, of course. But as Michael said, just if you like in animation, you don't have many restrictions in terms of set pieces. You don't even have set pieces. You just have images, and you have much more freedom. So Satoshi Kon definitely does it more expressive and more exaggerated than Nolan does, or Nolan wishes to do. But I think I like Paprika more than Inception, to be honest.
Okay.
I think I know you can actually compare the two movies, because one is an animation film and the other is like shot with real actors. But Paprika just feels so much more lively.
Yes.
And more vibrant. And Inception is a cool movie, but I think my opinion of Inception and my liking really degrades over time. I don't know why.
Same.
I don't know why.
In general with Nolan,
yeah,
I really used to love his movies. I mean, I think when I was 12 years old, I would consider Inception my favorite film, but right now it's like, it's good. I haven't seen it in a while, and I don't really have like the desire to see it again. Yeah.
So, yeah, we both recommend Paprika.
Yeah, it's very really much. Yeah, it's just dazzlingly beautiful and fun watch, a fun ride, a very crazy ride too.
Okay, then let's move on to Fallen Angels. Ooh.
Right. So for people who don't know, Fallen Angels is directed by his name, Wong Kar-wai. Yeah. Exactly. And who is probably most famous for In the Mood for Love, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that movie is really great, and we thought about like watching other films of his that are, I guess, less popular, and one of which was Fallen Angels. Right, so where to start with Fallen Angels?
Where to start? It feels super experimental.
Yeah, it's definitely more experimental than all of the films I've seen of him.
But I mean, okay. We both watched In the Mood for Love and Chungking Express, and we both know that Wong Kar-wai loves to play with different lightings, and he's based in Hong Kong, and he utilizes some signature elements of Hong Kong, in particular the neon lights. He loves to use neon lighting, and one thing I believe we both really enjoyed was the images.
Yeah, just the cinematography by Christopher Doyle.
Dude, I fucking love him, man.
It's really good.
Genius, yeah. And the camera movement, and in general the way the camera was handled is so unconventional.
It's
so unconventional and sometimes really irritating, but that makes the film even more memorable.
It gives it a kind of charm.
Yeah. And but our biggest critique is probably the story, right?
Yeah.
The story's pretty meager. And
there are multiple strands, so a bit like Chungking Express, where we also switch between the people we're going along with. It's kind of similar to that, but yeah. So basically, there are two stories, and they converge at the end, if I remember correctly. So there's one with the prostitute who also, or like killer. So there was this assassin for some sort of I guess underground crime organization, and we kind of see his mundane life and also his partner. So basically they are murdering in a pair, so as a team, but they actually never see each other. The other one being like this seductive woman.
Yeah.
And they have like this kind of parasocial relationship, like the prostitute, or I don't know if she's a prostitute, but maybe.
No, I don't think she was a prostitute.
Okay, so just that woman just got really attached to her, even though they never met. They kind of leave hints at each other at the places they are, for the other one to pick up. And yeah. And the other story was like following this kind of, you could say mute person, right? Like he never spoke a word, even though he was kind of narrating everything, and he was just really erratic.
Yeah.
And
erratic
kind of
and just a little bit dense.
Yeah. And his relationship with his father, and how he kind of struggles with women, and how he does a living. It was really odd.
It was so odd. I mean, I didn't really like his character. Like the character
Me neither.
of...
it was kind of obnoxious.
Again? Yeah, super obnoxious.
Yeah. I mean, I bet it was kind of the point, though I don't get why. Right.
Maybe the city was driving him crazy or something. I don't know. I think we paid... So the film is also set in Hong Kong.
Obviously.
And Wong Kar-wai really likes to document the life in Hong Kong, and maybe we didn't pay enough attention to the setting.
Maybe.
I just think the film has much more depth than we think.
Yeah, that's quite possible.
And that kind of freaks me out because,
yeah.
I mean, I think we both really, really wanted to like this movie.
Yeah, and we will say that it is interesting.
It's so interesting,
yeah.
We both...
Haven't you seen some videos about what this movie is actually more about, like an analysis?
Yeah, something? But a really short one, like it was like 3 minutes. Maybe we should watch one.
maybe later, not now.
Later,
This
not
video
now.
is going to be long and long. Maybe I mean, you could also say that it is about like the youth, I guess, in Hong Kong at that time. I mean, all of them are very young and about their kind of mischievous lives.
Maybe it's also about like kind of free will. No, not free will. Free spirit, right? Because the character felt like a person who just doesn't play by anyone's rules, just does what he wants, and kind of creates his own rules and bends social structures according to his rules.
You mean like with the obnoxious character?
Yeah, the obnoxious character, right? A little bit of a renegade.
Yeah.
But definitely worth a watch. We both gave it 3 stars, right?
I gave it 3.5, but I think I would.
Oh yeah, 3.5.
Down it. I'm not sure.
Oh man, yeah. If I didn't have the rating system, where basically floor or seal every score, I would also give it 3.5.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay.
But yeah. Okay.
So those were the 2 movies we watched that month together.
Yep. And have you watched anything else?
No.
Okay.
Nothing.
I
was quite busy.
Quite busy.
Okay. Okay. Let's just go through.
Okay. I rewatched Her. It's fucking sick.
Just watch it if you haven't already. It's good.
It, really.
Yeah.
And then I watched Godzilla
vs. Kong. That's okay. It was probably really fun and looked cool.
Yeah, it was just an action. It's an action flick. It's really dumb, right? It's really dumb. The visual effects were really striking, but everything else was dumb. Yeah, that's it. I think
everything else, it was dumb but cool. Okay.
Yeah, it was dumb but cool. It's like Fast and the Furious, right?
Yeah.
You watch it because you just want to kind of deactivate your brain for some time, just really chill out, don't think too much about a movie, and then you decide to watch Godzilla vs. Kong or something alike.
It's kind of interesting because originally Godzilla was like, didn't it represent something about like radioactiveness and like was like a warning?
Godzilla was the product of World War II.
Yeah.
It basically personified the fear of atomic bombs. And in Godzilla vs. Kong, this aspect just really is neglected. So you can almost say that Godzilla lost its origin somehow, like its identity a little bit. And
there were a lot of reincarnations.
Yeah, and like Godzilla vs. Kong is just really spectacle. It's just spectacle. And but a side note, Godzilla. So the MonsterVerse, the ongoing.
Right, they're making a cinematic universe out of that.
Yeah.
Oh God.
The first modern Godzilla film. Or the first Godzilla film in this franchise is actually worth watching. It came out in 2014, and really the film is really good. But people are complaining that
there isn't much Godzilla, right?
Yeah, characters take up too much time. This and that. Godzilla is barely present. But it was quite interesting because the characters all had some kind of, dimensionality. But in Godzilla vs. Kong, it's really just, they reversed the scheme they implemented before, and the humans are like thin as don't know, paper.
Okay. Like the characters, not actually the people. But yeah.
Yeah, the characters. Yeah. It's, I don't know. Yeah, if you want to have a good time, just watch the film. I just actually lowered the score to 2 stars. I think I've made a mistake. I gave it 3 stars. Like, I don't know why. I'm sorry.
You don't have to seem like such an elite.
Dude, no, really.
Just joking.
Okay, news of the world.
Okay, I see that it's from Paul Greengrass. Isn't that like the director from Bourne, Ultimatum, and so the Bourne films and Captain Phillips?
Yep.
Okay, I don't know what's this movie about. So,
just a quick synopsis. So Tom Hanks plays a guy who conveys what's basically in the newspaper to townspeople. He's traveling the states and reads out loud what's in the newspaper. That's his job, right? And on the way,
is this like in the Wild West or something? Like,
yeah, it's
the first frontier stuff.
Yep, it's can be categorized in this time interval, I guess.
Okay.
And along the way, he meets this girl who was raised by Indians, by indigenous people.
Mm-hmm.
But her parents are, I believe, killed. Yeah, her parents are killed. And so she's actually, of German heritage. But she was raised by indigenous people. And the indigenous people are killed. So Tom Hanks travels with this girl and bonds with her and tries to get her back to her family, right? Since her
German family?
Initially her indigenous family, but after they found out that they're dead, he tries to get her back to her German family. Okay. And right, that's the synopsis basically. And the film, what's funny is after watching the film, I looked up the Wikipedia page, and in the Wikipedia page, it says that this film could be used as like school material because it deals with relevant things, like media distribution and not media distribution, but I mean, newspaper is a form of media, right? And how people handle media, how about heritage and stuff. I'm sorry, I'm describing it very vaguely, but I just found it funny that it's the Wikipedia someone wrote it in the Wikipedia page that it could be turned into like school material, like Castle of like Half-Broke Horses, right? A book that we had to read for our A levels.
Yeah,
and
wouldn't recommend it.
No, the film is also not recommendable.
Okay.
Glass Castle, right? I mean Glass Castle, not News of the World.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What is your opinion on News of the World?
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's an ordinary movie. All right. Okay.
An ordinary movie with Tom Hanks. Okay.
Tom Hanks. Yeah. Tom Hanks is really likable in the movie, right? He's like the good guy.
When is Tom Hanks not likable? Let's be honest.
Never.
Okay. Never.
Never.
Yeah.
It's impossible to hate him.
Yeah.
So, okay. At the end
Promising
of April...
Young Woman. What?
All right. Just at the end of the month, I rewatched Columbus. It's fucking great. Michael, watch it. And you people out there, watch it.
You're getting called out.
Yeah.
Oof.
I mean, I'm recommending this movie to you all the time. I think I first mentioned it last year or something, last year in the summer, where I watched it the first time, and ever since.
I mean, I watched another movie that you recommended me for a long time, which we will get to.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting. So yeah, Promising Young Woman is another Oscar movie. This movie is so feminist.
Like, what is okay? It sounds feminist, but what is
a
what is
revenge
it about?
movie, right? It's a revenge movie. Carey Mulligan plays a woman whose friend in the past got raped and committed suicide.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
And people actually filmed the raping.
Okay. So they're like huge dicks.
They're huge dicks, and what Carey Mulligan's character does, she goes on a revenge spree.
Mm-hmm.
He picks out, or at least he tries to pick out those people involved in filming this in
video,
this dirty video, and tries to kind of retaliate somehow. You know? And and on the way, she occasionally wait, what's the word? Yeah, goes to clubs, and behaves like a drunk, lost, innocent woman, and
to like lure other men in.
Yeah, and baits thirsty, horny guys to her apartment, and yeah.
But not the rapey ones, right? Or
not
also,
the rapey one. Also,
not only the
the guys who want to take advantage of her being drunk.
Okay, so they're also rapey.
Yeah, not necessarily. Maybe they're also maybe they're just a bit touchy.
Okay, but I get it. It's about yeah.
It's about that.
I get what you're saying about the angle.
And she dresses up like a hoe, I guess. And and in the movie, it's actually never revealed whether she kills those men or not. But she carries a diary with her, and does count the number of victims, I guess. She successfully... I don't know what she does, to be honest. In the film, it's never revealed, so it's up to you. It's up to your interpretation. But the thing is, she actually meets an old colleague from school, class comrade, and it turns out that this comrade actually was involved in the filming of the rape. And then she gets the phone. No, she gets the address of the guy who actually raped her old friend. And oh my god, this is fucked up. Can I spoil this? I'm just gonna spoil.
This is so spoiling.
Yeah, this is so fucked up. So, listen. Something goes wrong. So she chains the rapist, and but the rapist somehow is able to break the chains.
Escape.
And he does not escape. He actually suffocates. Right, Carey Mulligan.
What the fuck?
Yeah, she actually dies in the end. But it is revealed that previously, before she actually dies, she made, or she plotted an insane genius plan, where she basically calls the police and discloses all the dirty information, and this rapist, who was freshly engaged,
wow,
and is on his wedding, is actually caught by the police and sent to prison. Right.
Damn.
So it's a really, really big scene in the end, and that's how the movie ends. So it's cool. The movie's cool. I think I really like the message behind the film. It's just really important, right? But
it's a bit simplistic from what you've described it.
It's simplistic. No, it's really simplistic. The movie is really in its theme, and in the way it handles how women are treated. It's really it's everything else than subtle.
Okay.
So that's why I gave it 3 stars, not 4.
Okay.
I like the other.
Would you give it 3.5 if you had the chance to do so?
No, I think I'll leave it at 3.
Okay.
It's really handled a little bit bluntly. Maybe it was the director's intention. But yeah, I've seen better movies that. Okay, is there any movie that fall in the same category as this one? Like a revenge story?
I mean, if you're talking about revenge stories, we could talk about John Wick.
Yeah, John Wick, but yeah. But in this context, right?
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
No.
Maybe a bit Kill Bill.
Yeah, Kill Bill, maybe.
Like, in some sense. Yeah. Less... I mean, it's not rape in that movie.
Yeah.
But, yeah. It's kind of similar, I guess.
Alright, that's Promising Young Woman. Sounds okay. Is not a must-watch. But, yeah. So...
then
May.
we turn
May.
To May, right. In May we didn't see one... Oh, we've seen Your Name together.
And Nimic.
Right. So, maybe we could start with Nimic, because I think that will be very short. Yeah, I have no idea what Nimic is about.
Nimic is weird as fuck. Nimic is ambiguous as fuck. Nimic is just... what's the director's name? Yorgos Lanthimos.
It's like this Greek dude, right?
Yeah.
Isn't he Greek?
He's Greek, yeah. If you like...
Yeah, I know The Lobster, yeah, right.
If you like Lanthimos films, then Nimic is definitely something for you. But other than that, Nimic is so cryptic. Yeah, I too have no idea what the film tried to tell us. The short film.
Yeah. I mean, it is an interesting... it could also just be like... It is very bizarre. So maybe it's just exploring this concept of like someone just impersonating you and no one else noticing that they're an imposter. Yeah. It's weird because that's the only movie of his that I've actually watched.
I mean, that's actually quite good. It's like an introduction to his style.
Okay.
It's only 12 minutes. It's only 12 minutes, and I mean, with Nimic, you can basically gauge your liking for Lanthimos films.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I'm just gonna say that The Lobster is as weird. The Favorite is not as weird. The Favorite is probably his most normal film. Coherence-wise and tone-wise. And The Killing of a Sacred Deer is like fucked up. Yeah. This film is like fucked up.
True.
Yeah.
It's like this subtle fucked upness. Like, you know something's wrong.
Yeah.
There's like this redundant... there's the repetition and you're like... Yeah. It's kind of like a spiral into madness.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting. We didn't both totally get it, I think. But, yeah. If you have time for a short movie, it's on Mubi, for example, then just, it's worth checking out, I think. Okay, we also seen Your Name.
Your Name, yeah.
Because I have actually never seen Your Name before that, as hinted earlier. And Josh always wanted me to see it, like any normal person, I guess, would. And yeah, so we went to his place, saw it, and I totally enjoyed it. Yeah, actually more than Weathering with You. So, what is there to say? I mean, Your Name is just a Makoto Shinkai movie. It's also, it has like this gimmick where when they, so basically they're swapping their bodies, so like the two main protagonists, and they kind of have to like deal with this kind of burn. I don't know how to describe it. So they have to kind of live together and manage it not being weird, because and on the way they get to know each other, and it's kind of cute and everything. And then it it gets a bit tragic, but also uplifting in the end.
Mm-hmm. You were really captivated by the film, like by the plot. When we were watching it together, you're really sucked into the movie.
I think, plot-wise, I think I prefer Your Name over Weathering with You. I just think there's just a bit more stakes with like the fantastical elements in it and everything.
And how did you like the music?
I mean, it was good, but also a bit generic.
Yeah, okay.
If I remember correctly. Yeah. So it's like, it fit the tone. That's what I will say. Maybe a bit, it was also really upbeat. And yeah, I think it's just, I'm really thinking about how I felt while watching the movie. I think the beginning, I thought, I mean, everyone knows that the basic premise of the film, so the first couple minutes aren't that surprising, I guess, and maybe feel it's very slice of life at the beginning, but it grew on me while I watched it, and like looking back, it was really well handled.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of weird. This movie really jumps in tone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At times it gets really... it's not really dark, but it hits you.
Yes.
It hits you hard.
Not with meteors. Wait. Just joking.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Good one.
Thanks. I mean, it's beautifully animated.
Mm-hmm.
The characters are interesting enough. Like, it's also cool, like how they are kind of, obviously one is living in a rural area and the other one in a big city, and they kind of have like this fish out of water thing, and they have this like contrasting personalities. So it's really cute and fun to watch. And when it gets dramatic, because you are so invested in the characters at the beginning, it gets really dramatic and you feel the stakes. Yeah. And I think the fantastical elements both in Weathering with You and Your Name were also handled pretty well, I think. Like Makoto Shinkai is a good way of like doing these kind of rom-com drama-ish things with like these younger adults or teenagers, and then also combining it with some fantastical elements and everything looking great in the process. Yeah. And the jokes were also really fun.
The jokes were fun. And the premise is really interesting, but because I don't think it has been it has been. Was it really? Have we ever seen this premise in any movie before?
Oh, I think so. Maybe like in a TV show or something. But I think like bodies, like swapping bodies isn't that new. I think I mean Futurama did it for once. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. But it wasn't as. If we are talking about, I guess, originality, it's probably on the same level as Inside Out talking about feelings. Also not the most original concept, but very well explored, and that's the same thing I would say here.
Yeah, but that's kind of the premise. But then the film kind of takes
it goes much further.
Yeah, right.
That's very true.
And
like, do we want to spoil it?
Yeah, I guess this is a spoiler podcast.
Yeah, I'm still not sure.
Spoiler for Your Name. If you haven't watched Your Name yet, just
do it. It's on Netflix.
Yeah, or just skip this part.
Yeah. So, I would have never guessed that meteors would destroy an entire village and the other character.
No, this was so bold.
That was a very ballsy move.
Because the girl actually died, right? The girl actually died
in the first timeline.
In the first timeline.
Yeah.
And that's pretty, tough.
It is tough.
And
also, like, I have to say, I mean, many people complain about Shinkai's pacing, but the way he like reveals what happened in the past, why she actually cut her hair and everything, that she was heartbroken when she turned back, with like this whole time, like I guess you could call it time traveling thing. That was really cool.
Yeah.
Like the way he told it non-chronologically was very well done.
I'm glad we could watch it together.
I bet my reactions were from time to time
so funny.
Funny.
It was really funny.
Yeah.
I think it didn't really captivate me that much, as it captivated you. So
maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, did we give it the same?
I think we did 4 stars. I gave it at least 4 stars. Yeah.
Yeah, we both gave it 4 stars. I think that's also.
That's a good score for a movie like this.
Isn't it weird that it's been 5 years?
Oh my god, it doesn't feel like 5 years, to be honest.
Yeah, that's
because Your Name actually came out in Germany 2018.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2018.
Yeah, January 2018. Yeah.
So probably after gaining some traction in Japan, it spread internationally, or its reputation spread internationally.
Right. Yeah.
So technically, it's been 3 years. That's why it feels so fresh. But yeah, I think we're getting old.
We are getting old. Damn. We couldn't star in a Makoto Shinkai movie anymore. We're too old for that.
Oh,
damn it. Okay.
Michael.
Yeah, that was
maybe Your Name.
Maybe to go to another anime film, I've watched also Steins Gate, the movie, Load Region of Deja Vu in that same month. I'll keep it short. I think I really, so for people who don't know, Steins Gate is like really this very high acclaimed anime. I would really recommend it. It's good. Like the first half, you think, okay, it's just kind of cute and slice of life-ish with some time travel things here and there. But it's like it does get very dark. Like,
oh, okay.
in tone. I won't say what it is because I want you to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
It's also very short. And yeah, I came around to see it in the beginning of this year, and so I also decided to watch the movie about it. The movie, which is kind of a non-canonical sequel, and as such, it was serviceable. I think the movie isn't that necessary if you like the show. It's really just like if you hadn't had enough of Steins Gate, it's a good way to like expand on what you want to watch if you don't want to jump right ahead into the next into Steins Gate 0. I think, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it's fine. I don't have much to say. It's not as groundbreaking as the original story because Steins Gate really, the anime, really like succeeds in its story and its plot, and this is where it emotionally really hits. And just that kind of cutting edge story was missing to me in the movie, so it felt a bit like a long episode, and that happened afterwards, and it felt a bit pointless. So I mean, it's good. I would say that it is definitely serviceable if you haven't watched enough of it. But yeah, that's mostly it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I added it to my watch list.
Okay.
You watched Persepolis too, right?
I watched Persepolis too.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess it's me again. So Persepolis is, it's just it's a well animated biopic. Like, it's about this young girl living in the 1970s of Iran, just telling her life story. And it's a really interesting life because, she has lived through a lot with like the Iranian Revolution. So like, and also her identity, which is between like, on the one hand, she's of course from Iran, but also kind of more, secular. She doesn't actually believe in God, and is more, what's the word I'm looking for? Just a more independent person. And it's really interesting to like see her life story, how she has to cope with not feeling at home anywhere because like she can't go back to Iran because there was this revolution which was really like gruesome and led to somewhat of a dictatorship and Islamic fundamentalism. And her just kind of trying to find a footing in like Paris, I think, or just like in another Western country, trying to live there, but also kind of not feeling home there. And it's also really well drawn. Like, the style is very comic book-ish, and that kind of gives it also a bit of levity. Like, it doesn't feel too serious because of the cartoony elements, but does give you enough information to know what the like how serious the situation actually is. So I would really recommend it. It's a great biopic in like this cartoony style. And it's also, which I haven't probably said, it's actually a real life story. This is the story of her name is Marjan Trapi. I probably butchered that name. Anyway, so she really just kind of told her story with this movie and the comics she wrote before that. And it's really interesting, and also like, you kind of reflect on yourself a bit, because it's also a bit coming of age and everything.
I wanted to watch it. I think you recommended it to me on Mubi, or you gifted me the movie, right?
I think so, yeah.
And it was like the last day, and then the movie sadly left the streaming platform, and haven't gotten a chance to watch it ever since. Maybe it will return in the near future. But yeah, I really want to see it as well, because you also said that it's kind of relatable, like really relatable. Like she goes through things that we go through, in our day-to-day lives.
Yeah, it's really. I think it's also, as you said, it's interesting as it's like this perspective from someone who kind of lives between two worlds.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely in that regard, also very interesting, and some valuable takes to take away from. Yeah, and those were the films I watched in that month.
Okay,
you've watched quite a lot.
Yeah. Okay, I've watched a Netflix series called Love, Death and Robots. I watched the second season. The first season was really good. The second season not that good, and also quite short. But yeah, it's a show, not a film. So we're not gonna talk about this. Other than that, Frances Ha, a film you've watched in the following month of June.
Yes, because of your recommendation.
Yep, we can talk about it later.
Or, yeah.
Right. And the beginning of May, I rewatched The Handmaiden, which you should watch, Michael, and you out there as well.
Yeah.
Because it's fucking great, and it's twisty, it's shot super, super well, and
I really want to watch it as well, so
I'm not gonna say anything then, because the best thing you can do is watch the movie completely blind, without any information.
Alright.
It kind of reminds me a little bit of Parasite, if I think about it.
Because they're both Korean.
Okay, for one, yes, but also because the film is really unpredictable.
Okay.
Right? It's extremely unpredictable. You don't know where it's headed, and the film contains many subtleties and details, like Parasite. It's really fine-grained, which I really appreciated.
Nice.
Okay, I watched Whisper of the Heart, a Ghibli
film,
but not directed by Hayao Miyazaki. It's so good, really.
Okay.
It's so good. It's one of few Ghibli films that actually don't contain any magical elements. So it's really grounded, and I think that's its strongest trait. That it's grounded, and that for me at least just increased the amount how much I could relate to the characters, because it's a romantic story, and the only magical elements that really occur in this movie are happening inside of the main character's head. And did you actually hear the car outside?
Yes, I never.
Was it loud? It was. Yes, it's so warm.
Was audible.
It's so warm. I had my windows closed, and it felt like a sauna. Really.
It's okay.
Damn, it's unbearable. And the soundtrack is also super cool. They sang. What's the song? You know, Country Roads? You know the song? Country Roads?
Yeah. Take Me Home.
Yeah, Take Me Home. They sang it in Japanese, and it sounds so sweet.
Aww. Okay.
And, yeah.
Sounds heartwarming.
It's really heartwarming.
Okay. Yeah. This is a Ghibli film that is that I've definitely that I haven't seen yet and definitely still want.
Definitely give it a try.
Okay.
So
it's like, is it like coming of age of
it's
like this
coming of age
with like this romantic thing also?
Yep, for sure. And also very very how to say, coming of age, and the girl in the movie, the protagonist, undergoes puberty, I believe, so she has some family struggles as well, and there is the discussion about like creativity, doing what she likes, but somehow also having to perform well at school.
Okay.
And really just teenage life in general.
Okay. Yes, that sounds like
the heart. Yeah.
It sounds like a bit like the pragmatic versus, what you like, the creative, what you ideally want to. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. It sounds like something Ghibli would definitely do well.
Yeah. And what else? So.
Okay, next.
You
rewatched Lost in Translation?
I rewatched Lost in Translation because I felt melancholic. And watching Lost in Translation made me even more melancholic. But it felt good.
That sounds like a spiral.
It sounds like a spiral, but it feels cool. No, it feels really satisfying.
Yeah, I can see that. I relate to that.
Wait, you've watched Lost in Translation only once, right? Have you rewatched it?
I've rewatched it once.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's watch it together sometime.
Definitely.
Yeah. And let's cry together and comfort each other.
Okay. Yeah. And then whisper ourselves something in the ear.
Oh my god. And then whisper ourselves something to the heart. Right, okay.
Yeah. Nothing to say here. Lost in Translation is great. Watch it.
Watch it. Next. Then, after watching Lost in Translation, I had actually some university tasks to do, so I didn't really watch any feature-length movies, but I watched two short films on Mubi. The first one, Entire Days Together. It's a German short film. It's about, I think, disabled children and how they perceive their environment. It's really abstract and not really accessible, very artsy, very slow paced. Images that are very cryptic. I gave it 2 stars, but because I just, it didn't really
resonate with
me, and sometimes I felt like a little bit lost in those images. I felt the urge to kind of interpret every small thing, but sometimes I felt like it was meaningless,
Okay. So was it just like displaying the life?
Yeah. Of displaying the life of disabled children.
Yeah.
And then I watched Four Roads, which is super cool. It's like a pandemic film, meaning it's a film shot during the COVID pandemic in Italy. It's by Elise Rohrwacher, I believe her name is. And I actually watched Happy as Lazaro, a film also directed by her, yesterday. But Four Roads is only 8 minutes long. And in Four Roads, she basically takes a analog camera, goes or visits this small town, the small village, and simply just documents the life of the people there during the pandemic.
Oh, okay.
And
is it like real?
It's real. It's real. Nothing
Okay.
is staged. Nothing is acted, and therefore the film just feels really raw, oddly nostalgic, and really refreshing somehow. Really refreshing. Seeing those people still maintaining a healthy mentality, seeing hospitality and people still spreading positivity despite the rather pessimistic circumstances. And then we watched Your Name together.
Which we already said. Yeah.
And another film that, my two last films I watched in the month of May were The Recorder Exam, a film from South Korea. It's also a short film, and it's about a little girl who she's like 12 or something, pretty young, and she trains for this recorder exam. And what I didn't know before was what a recorder actually is. So, Michael, do you actually know what a recorder is?
A flute, right?
Yeah, it's a flute. I didn't know that. It's a flute, and she trains for this flute exam, but her parents are completely against this flute preparation thing she is going on, because they find it kind of superfluous, and her little brother also just treats her really bad. And the film shows how she, against all odds, maintains this sense of sense of dedication that she has for playing the flute, and her love especially. Like, she's really, really passionate about playing the flute, and she really wants to do it well. But she has to simultaneously deal with a lot of family struggles and stuff. Yeah.
That's a lot for 8 minutes.
No, it's not 8 minutes. It's actually 27 minutes.
Oh, 27. Yeah. Sorry.
It's really dense. It's really dense. Right. And then, why
did you give it actually 3 stars only, though?
Because that's a good point. Because I felt uncomfortable watching the movie, to be honest.
Why? I mean, I haven't seen it, but what?
I felt so sorry for this little girl, and I felt really sorry for this little girl, and the atmosphere of the movie felt so hostile, really. And of course, this is all intentional, right?
Yes.
But it just gave me an uncomfortable feeling, to be honest. The underlying story is very well told, but it just felt way too real for me. Sorry.
It was too real.
It was way too real somehow.
Do we need to talk about some trauma here?
No, but I imagine like school life being that hard in Asia for little definitely. Small children, and the parents were so also I didn't really like her dad. Her dad was so unfriendly and so hard. Like, he forced her to jog, to walk, to run, run with him every single morning. And he treated her so badly. I think he even hit her. Like, and her little brother, is like such a little bastard. And so arrogant because he's good in math. And she's not allowed to play flute at home. Like, all these things just accumulated. And I was really enraged by the film because, again, it was just too real.
Sounds a bit like a bit like an critique of like
it's
of
a
Korea.
critique, yeah, about the strictness of Korean families, about, yeah, I guess so, about Asian parenting, maybe. But
great that it's uplifting, though, I guess.
yeah,
that
it has a happy ending, indeed.
Okay.
So then I rewatched Howl's Moving Castle. I changed my score from 3 to 4 because this time I
realized you were wrong.
Yeah, this time I watched the film without. This time I just embraced the film. I just let it overwhelm me, I guess, and didn't really think too much about the things I felt were kind of meh before, especially like Sophie and Hal's relationship, and I mean, I've read the book. I also read The Howl's Moving Castle, so the book the film is based on, between my first watch and my second watch. And in the book, right, things are way more subtle. Like Sophie and Howl's relationship is so unconventional. It's like not that romantic relationship you see in other films. But it's like there are so many factors that influence their relationship. Like there's envy, and there's envy plays such a important role. And my previous self, like watching this movie for the first time, I was conditioned, right? I was conditioned to those conventional romantic relationships. That's why I felt their relationship in Howl's Moving Castle so weird and not really believable in that sense. But now, after watching the film the second time, it's really like that's a relationship that could really happen in real life. So I gave it 4 stars.
Okay, so like maybe to summarize, the novel just made the relationship more clear to you, or just in the second view? Okay.
So the novel was pretty hard to get through, right? Because first things first, if you watch the movie adaptation first, everything you like think about or visualize in your head are images from the movie, and that's never good, right? Because whenever I read Howl, or Howl did something, Sophie did something, my mind instantly jumped to Ghibli's rendition of Howl, or Ghibli's rendition of Sophie.
Right.
And I tried to fight that instinct, but that's why it was hard to get through. And also, I didn't expect this book to be so subtle. I'm throwing out the word subtle, but it's really subtle. You have to read it sometime, because it just doesn't feel like a relationship, but somehow it still feels like a relationship. And that's exactly what happens in the movie, or what's depicted in the movie.
Yeah, I remember some scenes where there are hints that he likes him.
Yeah.
Like isn't there something, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't she also like, isn't the spell that she, looks like an older woman, also broken while she sleeps, because she's kind of, there was something.
Yeah. I know the scene. I know the scene you're talking about, or the scenes. Yeah, she's actually like, whenever in the scenes where the spell still holds, Sophie is sometimes seen as her younger self.
Yeah.
And the book works with those hints.
Yeah, right.
Every time. And
I remember they were about her falling in love with Hal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gave it 4 stars as well, right? Or 3.5?
No, 3.5.
Okay.
I was, yeah.
At least we're like now more on the same wavelength than before. So, because I remember in the last podcast about House Moving Castle, I felt like you and Kiwi were like really somehow pro House Moving Castle, but you both could admit that the film had some flaws. But I was in the beginning really against like House Moving Castle, and I was constantly trying to convey my opinions why I really didn't like this movie as much as you guys did.
Yeah, I remember that too. That was quite fun though.
Yeah. But now, all right. And
just keeping an open mind.
Right.
Yeah.
And then my last film of mine was Tomboy. Tomboy is a film about a young boy who, a young girl. I'm sorry. A young girl who likes to be a boy and tries to fit in with other boys. And the film is about self-discovery, discovering who one really is. And the film is quite serene. That's because the main protagonist doesn't really say that much. Hence, it has like an introspective atmosphere to it. And it's not that loud. It's not pompous or something. It's an authentic depiction of a girl's struggle with her sex, I guess. Yeah.
With her gender.
But gender is like a construct of. No, sex is the biological term, right?
Yeah.
Gender is we define gender, but sex is like based on biology.
Yes.
So it's her sex, not her gender. But somehow it also plays with her gender and her sex, because at one time she actually tries to. This is a funny scene. She tries to make whatever. We're not gonna talk about it.
I want to see it again. So.
Yeah, right. You watched it in school, right?
Yeah, I watched it during French class, but
cool,
I don't think we all get it when we were younger. So I want to rewatch it.
Okay.
But I'm definitely thrilled to watch it again. Yeah.
Right. And the again, a side note: the director is the same one in A Portrait of a Lady on Fire. It's what's her name? Sciamma? Celine Sciamma, right? Yeah, Celine Sciamma. Okay. And she captures those interpersonal moments very well, I believe.
Okay. So, I actually don't know the movie Portrait of a Lady on a Fire.
What?
Yeah.
It's like...
I haven't seen it.
Okay, you haven't seen it, but you've heard of it, right?
No, actually.
What?
I did heard of it, but I never actually... I don't even think I've seen the poster.
It's like this hyped up movie. It's not really hyped up, but this really, really popular critic favorite movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got some of those to, watch.
Yeah.
Quite on my list.
Okay.
Anyway.
That's May. Let's move on to June.
Yeah. Maybe we could now start with we could first start with our talk about Frances Ha, right?
Yeah.
So Frances Ha is like this. I guess it's like coming of age, but for people in their late 20s. It's by Noah Baumbach, which is also the guy who made Marriage Story, which we also talk about. And yeah, it's about like this. It's about Frances, who kind of lives in New York, but is kind of struggling to find her, to like, move on with her life after college. So she's kind of an adult. Her friends are slowly maturing, marrying and everything, and she's just kind of where she always was. And also kind of not clicking with the younger generation. And yeah, it's kind of about that, I would say, right?
Right, and I mean, based on your score, I can infer that you really, really liked the film. I mean, you wrote it to me.
Yeah.
And I was not that convinced by the film. So our opinions again diverge a little bit.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you can both. I mean, where should we start?
I think we can start because for me, it's like Frances Ha is super uplifting for me, but at times where it shouldn't be, right? But that's the gist of it,
you
right?
have to repeat
Frances
that again.
I
haven't. Yeah.
Okay. Frances Ha is uplifting.
Yes.
But at times where it shouldn't be. And that's kind of, okay, that's the gist of it, right? Frances Ha is like this, it's almost a little bit dreamy, and it also goes with the character, right? The character
just tries to get by, mostly. And she like not, even in situations where it's, clearly, when it's clearly a shitty situation, she still tries to kind of make the best of it or spin it in something positive. But she also struggles with it. I don't know.
Yeah. No, but you said that it's like the movie for people in their 20s.
Late 20s,
late 20s, or even like the beginning of the 20s. Of their 20s, or in general for people who feel just a little bit lost in their life and who need an anchor to grab onto, and well, in that regard, okay, I can. Okay.
I just think it's a really authentic depiction of that, and I like. I mean, we'll be talking about Marriage Story later. But I think it just really fleshes out this kind of state that she's in. Like, also with her, her best friend. I forgot her name. How they kind of become more distant. But, like these conversations where you're trying to act all teary and pretend like your life is going well and everything. It just feels really authentic.
Yeah, right, but I don't know. All right, yeah. It's authentic, but
it also looks great.
It looks great. Yeah, I think the
great.
Black and white was a good choice.
Hipsterish, but
it's really hipsterish.
I mean, the whole soundtrack as well. It's like it's like a typical indie movie in that regard. Also, of course, it does play in New York with like people from, I guess upper middle class, but that still are broke and but it's still really. I mean, even though I'm not in a situation like that, I get the struggles.
Yeah. No, it's maybe
I think it's really a good package all.
Maybe I haven't really taken enough time to really think about the movie, but yeah, now looking back, yeah, it wasn't fair of me to. Maybe I weighted the gave way too much weight to the aspect I didn't really like, and that it's too blissful at times, and maybe I expected something like a moment where Frances Ha basically just loses her, I don't know, uplifting or just generally optimistic mentality,
yeah,
but
somewhat of his facade though.
Yeah, sure. But even if he drops her facade, it still feels like, yeah, it's just, well, But you're right, the film is just the people also she surrounds herself with. Yeah, alright, in hindsight, it feels really authentic because it really feels like a snippet of Frances Ha's life. The characters feel, they're actually inhabiting this world where Frances Ha plays in. So even so everything inside the movie actually goes beyond the movie. So you actually can buy into the people still living their lives outside of the movie. So it's really just a snippet presented to us, and also the hipster life. Well, in general, the life they're living, which is not, they don't have jobs where, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Safe jobs, like safe job positions.
Secure.
Secure job positions. They're like always on the verge of bankruptcy and they're just trying to make ends meet and all that. It has something really inspiring and something relieving to it, and liberating. And now that I think about it, I had the same feeling when watching Nomadland, a film we're going to talk about by the end of this podcast.
Right.
Yeah. So maybe I think I have to give it another try.
Okay. I mean,
it might be too hard, to be honest.
Yeah. You can watch it on Mubi.
So it's such a movie, to be honest.
It is
it's such a movie.
It is though, yeah. It's just watch it. It has great dialogue. It also just authentic characters, and it's also very stylish while doing so.
Right. All right. You watch Fantastic Planet?
Yes, cool. I've watched Fantastic Planet on Mubi. Another movie that also feels very movie.
Okay, right. We are not sponsored by Mubi.
No,
we're just fans of Mubi. We just have it.
We just happen to have it.
Yeah, it's cool. Support indie movies and get it. And Fantastic Planet. Fantastic Planet.
All right. Have you watched Nazca of the Valley of the Wind?
No.
Okay.
I should watch it. Yeah.
So basically, I imagine that movie, but without anime, and you would have Fantastic Planet. It's really interesting. It's like this early 70s science fiction film, which, basically, like, to summarize what the movie's about, it's like, what if, humans weren't the dominating race on the planet?
Okay. That's an interesting premise.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, basically, it plays like in a distant future, in a dystopian, where like humans basically went back to, became again like, much more it's not the modern ages anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not much technology and so on. And then the humans in that movie are kind of these pets for these alien life forms. These somewhat still anthropomorphic, so like human looking people that still have like very odd characteristics. So they are like really alien in the very sense of the word, of the meaning of that word. And we are kind of their pets in that film, and you know, as such, not treated very well. And it's just kind of an interesting dynamic and notion, I guess. To like, what if we were just, you know, what if instead of the cat we were like our house pet, and instead the pet of some alien beings that do weird shit like meditating while their heads are floating in the air.
Okay.
It's like I would say the most, it's, to summarize why I like this movie, it's just really creative.
Okay.
It's like, you know, it's like, it does feel alien. Like, you know, sometimes in alien films, it's just like, okay, they are these anthropomorphic beings that still kind of are like us. You know, like, think of, I like Guardians of the Galaxy, but you know, they're all like speaking English, I guess.
Yeah.
Living in this, or like Star Trek also, where the races, right, they don't necessarily look very human, they are still able to communicate. They're also, you know, mostly similar. Like, think about fucking, what are they called? The Vulcans in Star Trek. I mean, they are basically autistic people. No, just joking. But, you know, they are like these more intelligent, less emotional kind of race, alien race in comparison to humans. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. So Fantastic Planet really, in that regard, makes the aliens really feel like, you know, a fully fleshed out race that's really completely different with their own like system, and it's really interesting also in that regard. But also just the whole world, like the animals on that planet, the freaking plants and whatnot. It's really all bizarre. It's probably the best way to say it. Like, it feels like a different planet. I mean, it's called Fantastic Planet, so it makes sense. And basically, yeah, we're just kind of following along as kind of these enslaved humans. In particular, for one human whose perspective from whose perspective we're kind of observing all of this. Who got to escape from being a house pet of one of these aliens.
I'm super intrigued, really. I was super intrigued by the poster, and I also only heard great things about the movie.
It is good.
Damn, yeah. It's only 1 hour long, like 70 minutes.
Yeah, it's a really short, bizarre ride with some banging, jazz-ish kind of soundtrack.
Yeah.
So like, you know, it's kind of like a product of its time.
Yeah,
but really in the best way possible.
I'm giving it a try,
So,
I think.
Yeah, I would also really recommend it. Just
Michael,
if you have time.
Michael,
Yeah.
Let's do June, and maybe like do July and August on another day, because I have to prepare for an exam.
Okay, maybe you could like finish off with Inside, and or should we stop here?
No, we can finish June.
Okay.
And this also comes into the podcast because we're 100% transparent. And yeah. Right. It's not a bad thing.
Right.
Yeah, we both watched Inside by Bo Burnham.
Right. Exactly.
First things first, incredible solo achievement by Bo. Not entirely solo achievement, but the majority of things he did on his own, like the lighting, the music, and the camera. And I mean, it's a comedy special that's 87 minutes long, and it's just Bo and his room and like his keyboard and some other equipment, and it never gets boring. Even though I must say sometimes like it felt a little bit repetitive because it's like song after song after song, but each song is like so distinct and different from each other that it just, in the end, as a whole, it felt fresh. It felt incredibly fresh.
Yeah.
And
it's like the perfect description of the pandemic in a movie.
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah.
Perfect description of the pandemic, about like some really relevant problems that we have now.
Also just, social media also in a way that's not corny,
No, yeah.
like the song about women, white women, white girls on Insta.
Yeah. Oh my god,
like,
it's
that's
so true. It's so true. I mean,
like, this is just it really just encapsulates the experience inside.
Yeah.
Where you're kind of struggling in this very isolated environment, kind of trying to stay somewhat social, I guess.
Trying to stay sane.
Sane, especially, yeah. And at the end, even realizing that you kind of like it.
Yeah.
Being isolated.
That's really hard.
It does really hit hard in that regard. And I felt that.
Yeah.
Like, I bet one of our friends felt that too. Not to name names, but yeah. And the songs are also really like catchy. I mean, you talked about how the lighting was really great. It was really inventive in that regard. I mean, how he pulls off together like the slideshow alone.
And
like,
he also had like this white plane behind him in many scenes where he projects different images, and I think many of them were also like pre-edited, and how he works with those basic like effects, like be it
sounds
lighting.
So cinematic when we describe it.
Oh my god, yeah.
Like,
right? It's so simplistic, but it's cinematic. And I think every filmmaker tries to like achieve that. Yeah.
Like, it's also really impressive. I've seen a video about it, how like he keeps things dynamic. Like, there's obviously, he can't, while performing, like operate the camera. But using like simple zooms and whatnot, he like kind of just pulled it off anyway. Yeah.
Just really, you know what? This just goes to show that Bo Burnham is a fucking, like a filmmaker, like a true creative.
Yeah, he really is.
Like, really, he has nothing basically to work with. He has no film crew. He doesn't have the means to do time-consuming setups or do many shots, do any coverage or something like that. He just has himself and I guess his creative mind. Yeah, that's just really inspiring somehow.
And he's also a really great comedian. Like, he's probably one of my favorite comedians right now, even though I haven't seen many of his other comedy specials. Yeah, I mean, he's very observant, and he incorporates things about like the internet. Like, he's probably the best comedian talking about internet culture,
right? Because
out there right now.
Is like he's like from our generation, right?
He's like from our generation. He grew up with that, just like us, and that's like a very fresh perspective. And he just really nails the points. He like about, I don't know, like, for example, with the React thing, like how a lot of the internet is just reacting and yeah. You remember that with like he reacts to his own reaction and it's coming.
Yep. That's like extremely. It's genius somehow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I gave it 4. You gave it 3.5.
I might give it 4 after I think about it right now, because it does stick with you.
Yeah, it does really stick with you, and the songs, like, on their own, if you look at the lyrics or something, they actually are kind of really valuable on their own. But if you like add the scenes, oh dude, this guy makes so much noise outside. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
If you listen to the songs in the context of the film, it just kind of sticks with you so much.
Yeah, definitely.
So that was your month, right?
That was my month, yes. I mean, I watched also an anime, but I kind of skipped all series that I've watched.
Okay. My month of June was pretty short as well. So I watched Inside, then I watched Shiva Baby on Mubi, a film about a Jewish girl who visits a... What is it?
Is this a bar mitzvah?
It's a family Shiva. Yeah, that's why it's called Shiva.
Oh, right.
And then
we are very smart today.
Yeah. She is pressured by all her family relatives, because that's how it goes when you meet family relatives. They basically throw at you so many questions, and the protagonist, Danielle, has a dark secret because she is kind of a whore.
Okay. Don't spoil too much. Please keep it vague, because I'm
gonna keep it vague. Yeah. So, but she struggles with her sexual identity as well, with her dark secret, and with her being on this family Shiva, and I mean, the premise is pretty simple, but the film is like constantly building some sort of tension. The music is at times a little bit too dramatic.
Okay.
But the film tries to project Danielle's psyche a little bit visually, with the music, with the erratic camera movement, and some scenes are cut really well, like really they're cut in a way that it makes you feel uncomfortable, and the film is at times just off. It feels off, and like technically this movie is like, and technically speaking, of course, the technicalities are very well done. I think it's also the debut of the director. Yeah, it's her first film, actually. And being her first film, it's just a remarkable accomplishment. It grabs your attention from the beginning to the end and really never lets go. I really like those movies who are simple and somehow just captivate. Like Nomadland. But yeah.
Teasing here
the second time.
Yeah. Alright.
Definitely recommend it. It's also on Mubi. And yeah, then I rewatched My Neighbor Totoro.
What is there to say about that?
To say about? Just fucking good.
Yeah.
Then Sweet Bean. super serene and therapeutic movie, and about just friendship and love and appreciating what's surrounding you. I mean,
Sweet Beans.
Just Sweet Bean, and Sweet Bean, the film is called Sweet Bean because the protagonist actually prepares sweet beans. No, not sweet beans, but dorayaki, and dorayaki contain the sweet bean paste.
Okay.
And he is an alcoholic, was in prison for beating a man almost to death. And
okay,
that's like the premise. That's not spoiling anything. And he in the beginning he's like really he goes through his everyday with a pessimistic mentality. He's always down. He doesn't find joy anymore in his life. But then comes Tokwe, a grandmother, not an elderly woman, not a grandmother, an elderly woman, who basically helps him prepare his dorayaki, and then that's basically the premise. Then everything else, some things you can imagine, for instance the friendship, but other things are best left undiscussed right now.
Cool.
And
I'm really eager to watch it.
I'm gonna warn you, this film is slow. It's 2 hours long, and the pacing is very slow. But the thing is, the film is beautiful. And just if you have time, if you just want to chill, not the same, if you don't want to have the same chill experience, like when you watch, for instance, Godzilla vs. Kong or something, which obviously is not comparable with Sweet Bean. But if you want to chill and just have a good time and learn from something, right, and extract something valuable, then watch Sweet Bean.
If you want a movie and chill, watch Sweet Bean.
If you want a movie and chill, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not sponsored.
You're not sponsored, yeah. And last film, before we split this podcast.
LA Confidential.
LA Confidential. Let's go. Watched on Mubi.
I haven't watched it. I wanted to watch
watched on Mubi, which is today's sponsor. LA Confidential is like, I'm surprised that it's on Mubi, to be honest.
It's not like. I thought it was kind of artsy.
It's not that artsy.
Okay.
It's
like what is it about?
It's about a case, right? A murder case, and then you have 3 different characters who all work in the police department. So you have Guy Pearce's character, Russell Crowe's character, and Kevin Spacey's character, and they all have completely different personalities. So Kevin Spacey's character is like, he's not
a rapist, right?
He's not a rapist. He's a dick in real life. And he's a part-time dick in LA Confidential, but he's this police officer who does most things for publicity, right?
Okay.
He really, really values and fosters his public image, even if it means doing like shitty things, I guess. But they're not that shitty. And Russell Crowe is like this head-on police officer who just gets straight to the point, doesn't shy away from violence, who even likes to be violent at times. Extremely not rational, really irrational, and which is a stark contrast to Guy Pearce's character, who's like this, I guess, good guy, extremely analytical.
He's a good cop.
He's a good cop,
Okay.
analytical, rational, always bearing a clear mind, unlike Russell Crowe. And and all three of them are involved in this case, so they actively try to solve this case. And
do they solve it together, or are they? Do they have to act together, or are they okay?
No, they're acting independently, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's kind of the interesting part of LA Confidential, the clash of different personalities and how they're being resolved and
who finds the truth?
Who finds the truth? Because it's actually it gets way deeper. It gets way deeper.
It sounds like a very cool thriller.
Yeah, it's a cool thriller. It's quite riveting. But again, like after seeing who star in this movie, I thought that this movie was more, less niche, I guess, and more known. But I'm currently on the Letterboxd website, and not that many people have actually watched the film.
173.
That's not that much, to be honest.
Okay.
For a film that has an incredible ensemble.
Sure, I guess.
Yeah.
I've heard of it. Like, I think it's very well known. It's maybe well known, not just maybe not just often seen. I don't know.
But I would classify LA Confidential more as a mystery than a thriller. Because a thriller, for me at least, has more like action, like, but a mystery is more psychological, I guess. That's a harsh. Wait! I'm gonna take it back. A mystery is not. I don't know. Would you say that thriller?
Here.
Would you say that a thriller is a mystery?
I think.
Or where's the line between mystery and thriller?
I think a mystery can a thriller is not always a mystery.
Right, yeah, right. A thriller
is always a thriller.
Yeah.
Or more or less.
Yeah. Because in mystery you have like one case that needs to be solved. And people, so the overarching goal is to solve this mystery. Right? In thriller, Heat is a thriller, right?
Yeah, definitely.
If we can reference other movies for this case, Heat is a thriller.
We're not recommending,
but Heat is not a mystery. So no, you're right. And also, Heat is on Mubi. Watch it. Oh, just kidding.
Dude, the number of movies we just kind of throw out of the freaking window for our viewers to watch. Like, I think we said for only like 2 or 3 movies that they are not, that we wouldn't say that we... No, there was not a single movie, I think, that we didn't at least say that it's worth watching.
Right. Now that you say it, wait, I can't believe it. No, actually, we recommended every single movie. No, I didn't recommend Entire Days Together, this short film I watched.
But you did say it is interesting.
It's interesting, okay. But Godzilla vs. Kong. Okay, I don't recommend it. Okay, I recommend it under certain conditions.
That's no okay, it's a conditional recommendation.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's June, I guess. And so next time we're going to tackle July and August.
And then we'll be in the present, hopefully.
Yeah, then we'll be in the present. Yeah. So, Michael, until next time, don't watch any more films.
What?
What?
Really?
No, wait,
Okay.
wait. Right. No. You're allowed to move. You're allowed
Okay.
to watch more films. No, yeah. My mistake. I'm sorry. Yeah.
That was a very confusing statement.
I'm sorry. This will be cut out from the movie. No, it won't. No, it won't.
It's all raw.
It's all raw. And wait, right. Just a little teaser for next time. And we're going to talk about Nomadland, which has been teased 2 times already. Then
Yes.
The Green Knight.
The Green Knight, definitely, yeah.
Both
Like,
films.
those
we
are the
watched together.
2
Yeah.
main ones, yeah. Oh, we will talk about Pan's Labyrinth as well.
Pan's Labyrinth, right? Yeah, Pan's Labyrinth.
And Marriage Story, which we also hinted at.
Right, and Marriage.
God.
Story. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And prepare for Satoshi Kon tier list.
And prepare for a rant about our ratings, movie ratings.
Yeah. We are raping off ratings.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're back.
Next time. See ya.
Yeah. See ya.
Welcome to the continuation of our, I guess, first part
of the recap.
The recap, where we go through our film diary of the last 6 months.
Yeah.
No, 7 months.
Right.
Yeah.
We also started at February. Right.
Okay. Now we finally arrived at July.
Yeah.
I forgot. Were you the last one to talk about the films in June?
Wait, could you repeat that?
Yeah. Who did? Were you the last one to talk about the films in June, or was I the last one?
I think you were, because you saw more than I did. I mean,
right.
Doesn't matter, right? I mean, all my movies of July are basically movies that we've both seen. So
I
maybe,
guess so. Let me check. Yeah.
So, I mean,
so
either
Michael,
way. Yeah.
Just start with Marriage Story.
Okay. Yeah. So I also watched Marriage Story finally after some friends, not naming names here. Definitely not someone named with the name starting with J and ending with Osh, who repeatedly asked me to watch it, and I finally did. And
I wonder.
Marriage Story was amazing. I really enjoyed it. Basically, just as much as Francis Ha. So yeah. Yeah, it's also a Baumgartner film. It's really, and I guess it's a Baumbach, right? Baumbach.
Baumgartner.
Yeah, I don't know. I just mix up names. I'm not the best with names. Yeah, it's just a very compelling story about 2 people going through a divorce, which is not like, it's a very nuanced depiction, very authentic. And of course, with Scarlett Johansson and Adam Driver, you have like the best acting possible here. Like, they're really showing off their acting chops, and it's amazing. I really enjoyed it.
But Michael, don't forget to mention Laura Dern, maybe?
Right, Laura Dern. I was so happy to see Ray Liotta in another movie, because I only saw him, I think the only movie I saw him with was Goodfellas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was great in Goodfellas, and it was really cool to see him in another film. And he was also great in a movie too. Like, the cast is really good. Let's just say that. But and Adam Driver and Scarlett Johansson, they are the main pair. They are the, I guess, protagonists, is what you would say. Anyway, so yeah, they're really showing it all, giving their all here, and yeah, everyone else is also great. And yeah, they're just, you
okay, Michael.
kind of see both, but yeah.
Did you cry when watching the movie?
I think okay, obviously this is a spoiler talk. At the end, when they kind of, I mean, it's a bit cheesy, but
Yeah.
the fact that they are, resolving their issues for their child was really touching. I like that. Like the final, I guess, scene with where they both kind of just bring him to Adam Driver's character, that his car. But you see them as a family, and it's just great.
It's quite interesting because I watched some Marriage Story reviews, and I read some, and none of the reviewers actually called the film cheesy. But like in hindsight, the film is kind of cheesy, right? Many,
I mean,
right?
I think I was more trying to say that it's kind of I guess cheesy that I wanted to cry a bit at that moment.
Oh, okay. But I thought the movie was kind of cheesy, or perhaps it was just because the relationship between Adam Driver and Scarlett Johansson is like quite playful.
At the beginning,
probably at the beginning, right? And
yeah,
I mean, it's of course an authentic depiction and stuff, but like no relationship. It's like very serious as depicted in many other films. So I think I gave it like 4 stars.
Yeah, I gave it 4.5.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. What was the song that Adam Driver sang at the end? That really also stuck with me.
Oh, yeah.
It was really fit. I guess that's like very I'm a smart director moment where they basically sing songs about their current life status in a like Adam Driver sings a song about being single again.
That was quite heartbreaking, and also
I mean it ends
fact that
it's like the nearly at the end, right? It's like before the ending scene where this scene happens, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
So I recently watched a video essay about Marriage Story, and in that video essay, the person talked about how Marriage Story turns good memories into bad memories, and I didn't realize at first, but things that we see in the beginning, either in flashbacks or in real time, were used against as weapons in the courtroom. There was one scene where I think Scarlett Johansson drank a little bit too much, and Adam Driver helped her a little bit on the stairs. And on itself, the scene is like, nothing serious, but something as simple as this is turned into a lethal weapon in the courtroom. And the video essayist goes into very minute details, talking about how the relationship breaks down basically when you turn good memories into bad ones. And like think about things you did in the past and that are now used against you in some kind of some kind of procedure. It's like quite heartbreaking if you think about it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there was in this courtroom scene, they were both kind of playing dirty, kind of playing the blame game with each other. It's really the heartbreaking thing is just, I mean, they're both kind of doing it to get their son, like who can spend more time with him. And I mean, it gets really toxic as they kind of try to get the son for themselves. I mean, you get it personally, you understand, but they're kind of missing like the point, of I mean, they should want the best for their son, but that time in the movie, it's more like they want the best for themselves, which is to like get the son for them, all for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Okay.
But at the end, when the Adam Driver's character finds the note they wrote each other during that divorce therapy, that is kind of like everything is going back to a better state, where he kind of reads off the things she said positively about him, and those memories were in a positive light. So there's that. Happy end.
Happy end.
Yeah.
And just to add something small, I like how Marriage Story plays with subjectivity a lot.
Yeah.
It kind of really misleads you and manipulates you in subtle ways.
Yeah, I mean, you also see how like the other interprets an action from the other partner as maybe something more sinister as they thought. For example, with Adam Driver's character, he goes through all these lawyers and he doesn't find a single one. And he kind of thinks, oh God, so my wife's planning against me. And he has this somewhat revelation, even though it probably wasn't. Yeah, it's a mess. She definitely, I mean, as far as I get it, she didn't plan on like basically sabotaging him. But that was the way it came to it. That was the perspective he had after that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just watch it. It's on Netflix. It's really good.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe not if you're just getting married and you want to watch a movie. Don't watch Marriage Story, maybe.
Maybe it could bond you to.
Yeah, maybe like you will not have a shitty divorce when you're fighting for the...
Yeah, maybe you just realize you have to be 100% transparent with each other.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
Because in the film it's revealed that Adam Driver indeed had an affair with another woman.
Yeah, I mean,
was it an affair or was it just like a one-night stand or something?
I guess
I don't
it
remember
was
correctly.
I think it was an affair. I mean, it was with that one girl that was right from his theater that was responsible for like costumes and I guess researching. But yeah, it's also nice how they didn't paint it in one light or the different. You can see both sides, as in you understand Adam Driver's perspective. Like from Scarlett Johansson's perspective, she kind of sees him as someone very controlling, and that she never had a choice in anything, and he would always, it was always his word was always the last. Yeah. And he, on the other hand, saw it as she just was very indecisive, and that he was somewhat trying to then get better at it. Yeah. I just like that it didn't paint like a very clear picture who's in the wrong, because clearly there is none, and that's most of the time the case.
There is no villain.
Yeah. Okay, maybe a bit, I don't know if that's cheesy, but the fact that then Scarlett Johansson turns, Adam Driver's character is like this award-winning theater director /
screenwriter.
Yeah, like he's this artist in New York. Basically a Noah Baumbach character.
Yeah, he's kind of arrogant and.
Oh, in interviews? Oh, do you mean?
No, Adam Driver's character.
A bit.
He sometimes comes off as arrogant and.
He does give off the vibe that he thinks that he's like, I'm hot shit. I mean,
I'm hot shit. I'm so much cultivated than you are.
I mean,
yeah. It's like if you have movie, right?
Exactly.
I'm
Talking
sorry.
about movie. Just joking. In the end, Scarlett Johansson turns out to be like this Emmy-winning director for this one TV show. So at that moment, I was like, oh no, are they playing this? Are they doing this again with like the one-upmanship?
Oh.
But yeah, they didn't. I was quite glad for that. But yeah, I guess it's just to show that, she also did have that, she can make choices for herself that are in their own way valid. Yeah. All
right. That sums it up, I guess, for Marriage Story.
Definitely watch it.
Yep. And
I guess
the next film.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
Nomadland.
Yeah.
So this one we actually saw in an open air theater, which was quite an interesting experience. I guess we could talk about that.
So first so the open air theater was like almost filled to the brim.
Yeah. Especially with old white people.
Yeah. Oh my God. They all looked like, I don't know, film analysts.
Or like
okay, some of them, like most of them.
Some of them. The other part was like the people who were like, "Hey, let's look. Hey, it's an Oscar movie. Let's watch it. Oscars, those Oscars used to be good."
And we had troubles finding a place to sit. So we were with Kiwi, who was on our last podcast actually 7 months ago.
Yeah.
And I guess we watched the film not in the original version, but we watched it dubbed. Yeah.
But it wasn't too much of a problem.
It wasn't too much of a problem. Yeah, right.
Some things that distracted me were a bit there was some loud techno music in the background from another festival because it was open air.
And the audio was echoing, I believe.
The audio was echoing a bit.
Yeah.
That's true. And we didn't have, our seats weren't optimal. We were sitting on the grass, but
on a blanket on a grass.
On a blanket, yeah.
And there were so many like insects flying around and biting us.
Yeah. Well, one of us thought about that.
Yeah.
Not talking about myself, of course.
Not.
Yeah, and we didn't sit in the middle. We were more on the left.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I would say it was an interesting experience.
Definitely. And it was worth it, I guess, because Nomadland is like something else, I would say.
It definitely deserved the Oscar.
Yeah, I would say so too. Even though we didn't see all the Oscar-nominated films.
Not at all.
But we can get behind the decision to vote for Nomadland. Because Nomadland is like a fresh breeze. To roughly describe Nomadland has like a really simplistic story. So we follow Fern, I believe was her name, right?
Yeah, it was
Fern. Name. Right, Fern is doesn't have a stable job, so at times
she's kind of a nomad.
She's a nomad, but not directly from the beginning, right?
At the beginning of the movie, she was already. She was already.
I'm a little bit confused with the terminology. So a nomad is like a person who doesn't have a stable job, who travels to places
who doesn't like have one singular house where they live in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A nomad is like very flexible, I guess. And Fern just traveled the vastness of the US and just goes from place to place, meets people.
She just has like this very independent, free lifestyle, where she, she's not dependent on anyone or anything, and that's kind of her thing.
Yeah, and that kind of, I guess, vibe I found it very infectious, because while watching the movie, I really, really felt kind of free, I guess. So the film on itself doesn't have many boundaries in terms of settings, or and
it's all in. It kind of looks the same a bit, but
it kind it kind of looks the same a bit, but like from the mood, it's really like a little bit dreamy. It's an odyssey, I would say. She meanders, doesn't have a clear goal in mind.
Yeah.
And
I mean, maybe to give some background, she basically, when she was very young, she married her husband, and he would work at this mine, I believe, like this factory, basically in this one factory city, basically. And when her husband died, she would still stay there, but then the factory would close, and then she would just, starting from that point in her life, she would just kind of wander around.
Yeah. And we see her work at Amazon.
Yeah.
Then like at a
in
burger
a food chain,
store,
yeah.
in a food chain, right?
Also for like this camping plates.
Yeah, right. Yeah. As a hygiene manager or something, like in
ironic.
Yeah, very ironic. And
it's not. It's a movie that doesn't shy away from ugly details.
Ugly details, right?
Yeah.
And
so you really see a lifestyle in, like, she's I mean, if she's just kind of wandering around with her car, you can think how she has to go to the toilet somewhere. So there are some. She just, when that happens, she kind of pees outside when there's not a toilet nearby and things like that. It just kind of, doesn't shy away from showing that, which I appreciate.
And like during her constant struggle, she somehow, she maintained a quite positive attitude.
Yeah.
And despite her survival, I guess, her trying to make ends meet the whole time, she really has the opportunity to come close to nature, to really bond with other people.
Yeah.
And that's just because of her circumstance somehow. So it's like, you have you're in a bad position financially, but on the other hand, I guess so, not necessarily mentally, but how do you say, I mean, your financial situation does affect you mentally.
Yeah.
But in this film, other factors overshadow the financial struggles. But they're still persistent. And
I mean, that's just how she likes to live. She even has she had the choice to move in with
Sam. What's his name? I believe.
There wasn't a Sam in the movie.
Oh damn. What's his name again? The person she meets
was it
at the camp?
Was it Derek?
No, it was not. Dave. Right, Dave.
Yeah. So
right, yeah.
So Dave and her were both these modern nomads, and Dave gives her, after being in touch with the son again and living with them, he gives her the opportunity to live with them, and they had one night together on Christmas Eve. But at the end, it just doesn't feel right not live on her own, and instead in this big house, which is static and where you're kind of just bound to one area, I guess.
And I guess, I mean, she's surrounded by a family she barely knows, right?
Yeah.
So and she herself had family, and I think that brings up many memories. And like I can see where she's coming from by leaving Dave and his family. And oh my god, let's talk about the scene where she is on the cliff.
I knew that would come.
Yeah, because that happens after she leaves, right? So as Michael, as you said, she chooses, to uncouple herself from stable ground, from
basically from like the, I guess, normal society.
Yeah, like from mundanity, if you would say so.
Yeah.
And that scene was so expressive, and
it was kind of serene, really serene.
Really, like, and how the camera is like, for the most part of the film, is moving very smoothly.
Yeah. Just kind of let you taking in the
environment,
like
and
the environment, the scenery. Yeah.
The scenery is fucking gorgeous, but like in the end, the camera is like is handheld, and everything is shaky, and that change is so abrupt and so strong in this time. Like most of the time, camera movements are perceived rather subliminally.
Yes.
But this time it's like, wow, you can feel the change. And just I just always like to emphasize the camera movement, because it just tells you so much about how Fern is feeling, about her desires. Like, really good choice by the cinematographer and the director.
Yeah, definitely. I also really just like how they didn't, I didn't feel pity for her.
Yeah.
Or something. It was like it's just another valid lifestyle, and you don't have to feel bad for them or something. It's just another way of life, and she's just the director Chloe Zhao is just really trying to show that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, oh man.
Yeah.
If I would describe that movie with one word, I think I told you that. I would say it was very hypnotic.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah.
And it didn't feel very lengthy.
No.
I thought the movie was quite short, actually. Okay, it's 110 minutes roughly.
Yeah.
So okay.
I mean, we do travel with her for like a year, basically, in like this 108 minutes. So it does fly by, basically. Yeah.
Oh man, what a wonderful movie! I wish I could give it like 5 stars.
It's you with your whole number rating system.
Come on, it's hard. Wait, you gave it 4 stars too, so
I gave it, but I'm like, I mean, I gave it 4 stars because I felt like it was 4 stars for me, not because of some weird restriction about my rating system.
Yeah. All right. Maybe when we watch it the second time, we can bump the score up, because I feel like Nomadland is really watchable whenever you're looking for a relaxing time. And
for an experience, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's also, don't think we have emphasized this, but many of the people in the movie are also not trained actors.
Yeah.
Right. So they're like right. Picked up from, not like picked up from the streets, but they're just people she kind of met and everything. It's not so. It does give it that kind of gritty feel I guess. Yeah. All right.
All right.
You've seen quite some other films during July. I guess we could start with in chronological order with Zombie Child.
Okay, let's start with Zombie Child. This film I watched it on Mubi. It's a
Is it about
independent film.
zombies?
Not directly. It's more about the realm of voodoo, enchantment. You know,
Voodoo enchantment. Yeah.
And
Okay.
it's a French film, and it's so weird and slow, and it feels like nothing happens. I don't even want to get into details. It's just a man dies in Haiti a couple hundred years ago, and apparently has a connection to a girl in modern days, right? In the now.
Okay.
And this girl just befriends some other girls, and I guess she slowly reveals herself that she believes in voodoo and that she has some connection to this guy who died in the beginning of the movie. So the guy actually is like her, oh my god, some family relative. And
okay.
I mean, that's it, because really nothing happens.
Okay.
Nothing happens. So, okay, maybe the film is pretty cryptic, though. Maybe I just didn't really get the film, but from what I perceived, it was like a slow burn, psycho.
Okay.
Not necessarily horror film, but it does indeed have some horror elements. Most of them are rather mild.
On the IMDb page, it also says fantasy.
Yeah, fantasy, because
of the
voodoo is
yeah.
It's a bit
yeah.
So that's that. I watched Luca, and Luca is so great. So Luca actually got a lot of bad receptions, because people said Luca is just another rip off of Call Me by Your Name. Pixar, I believe. Yeah, Pixar just pretty much glanced over the topic they tried to address, like with the LGBTQ plus thematic.
Is this confirmed in the movie that they're gay?
Not necessarily, but hinted at.
Okay.
But it could be also a very, 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 very close relationship. But it's hinted at, and people kind of self-explanatory assumed that like it had something to do with LGBTQ plus, but yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, but Luca is just a great ride, you know. It's the animation is like, all right, cool. The animation is fucking beautiful.
It's Pixar, yes.
As to be expected. And other than that, the movie is like only 90 minutes long, and I just really don't get why people hate on this movie, just because it's short and doesn't really dig deep into what it tries to address and tries to emphasize. Like, it's for kids, and so it's an animation movie, right? And it's like mostly directed to like young adults, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, but of course that's of course the Pixar movies now are almost universal, and every age group can learn something from their films. But
what did you learn from Luca then?
That's always hard to say, you know. It's hard to say what you extracted from a film, because I feel like films, just like books, shape you in a way, like over time. like water-shaped stone. Oh my god, I'm sorry. That was cool.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Write that down for your next Instagram post. Oh god.
It kind of changes you.
Okay, yeah, I can get behind change.
Deeper level. I know that sounds so pretentious, but
I do get
really.
that.
Okay, thanks, I guess. And I mean, it's why I can't fault this movie for not digging deep into this, because nowadays, if
you're talking about study and LGBT thing, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Is this like the main?
No, it's not the main.
Okay.
The main thing is just Luca is like
he's like this.
He's like right. You can see it on the cover.
He's like a fish person, I guess.
Yes, a fish kid.
Yeah, a fish kid.
A fish kid who lived for his entire life underwater until he gets a glimpse of the world above sea level, I guess. And then he meets Alberto. And Alberto is a fish kid as well.
Okay.
But he has already discovered the normal world.
Okay. Can I make an inappropriate joke?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So Lucas about fish kids discovering fish sticks.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Michael.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I think
people who watch South Park will probably appreciate this. I don't know.
Don't turn the podcast off, okay? We're currently talking about films for 3 hours. So if you've made it this far, just listen to it to the end. Thanks. Okay, never mind. Let's continue with Luca. So the main thing here is acceptance.
Yeah.
Because the normal people think that fish people are monsters, because in this little town it's like it's a tradition to hunt for monsters, to hunt for sea creatures. And
wait, so they hunt them?
Basically, yes.
Oh,
because they're afraid of them. They're afraid of them in the first place. And you hunt hunt the unknown. This is kind of dark, yes.
Yes,
it's
this is
dark somehow. But on the other hand, the fish people avoid the people living above, because they think they are dangerous. So when Luca discovers the normal world, he gets he gets captivated by it, and because Luca in the end he's a person, right? He's a person who just turns into a sea monster when he's
touched with water.
Touched with water, right?
When he gets wet.
Yeah, when he gets oh my god. When he gets wet. And this, I guess, little mechanic is like really, really it's toyed with quite in funny ways in the movie.
Okay. It's not the most original concept.
It's not the most original concept, and the town, the Italian town. It's summer. It's like in regards to the LGBTQ stuff. It reminds people of Call Me by Your Name, but then you have those, I guess, two civilizations that clash. And in regards
so Lucas
to
basically
that,
Attack on Titan.
Right, maybe that, or I guess, it's not very original, and that was the biggest complaint of people. It was not original. It didn't really dive deep into the stuff it hinted at. It's shallow for a Pixar film, and guys, it's still a beautiful film. Like, you don't have to compare every Pixar film with WALL-E or things that came before. Just maybe inspect the film on its own. I mean, you get the best viewing experience if you do exactly this. Yeah. So that was Luca, I guess. Michael, you can really give it a watch.
I might. I have to say, I'm very lukewarm on watching it, because I have to say it does feel a bit bland.
Yeah. Okay. But
I will see Soul before that.
All right, Soul is definitely something else.
Soul I've heard, had more of an impact, and this feels rather,
Soul gives you an existential crisis.
I do want my existential crisis every day.
It's time for my existential crisis.
Yes, honey.
All right, next up, Call Me By Your Name. Fucking beautiful.
You rewatched it, right?
It's not in coincidence that I watched Call Me By Your Name after Luca. I just felt really melancholic again. I wanted to cry. I did somehow cry after the film. And I rewatched it, actually, Michael. So the first time I didn't really pay attention to many details, to many aspects of the film. But this time it just really... I let the film overwhelm me, and it's definitely fucking beautiful. Just watch it, please. And you're going to like the music in this one.
Okay.
I've
heard good things about it. How it, I mean, it's basically like this beautiful relationship between those two, right?
Yeah, right. Oh my god. I don't want to talk anymore about this film, because you haven't watched it. And
it's after Your Name, it's now Call Me By Your Name, which Josh is reminding me to watch constantly.
Call Me By Your Name. Okay.
Yeah.
Then First Cow. We're going to skip this movie because Michael
we're actually going to see it in 3 days
on Friday. Yeah.
Or whenever this comes up, probably after that.
Yeah. And then I ended July with Ponyo.
A Ghibli film I haven't seen yet.
Right. And I have to say, Ponyo is on the childish side of Ghibli films. You know how Ghibli films always strike a good balance between like complete childishness and innocence and
more mature themes.
Right?
Yeah,
more mature and serious themes.
Mm-hmm.
But Ponyo is like, okay, Ponyo addresses
isn't it
ocean pollution?
Yeah, it's about the environment. Like most Ghibli films have that theme, kinda. If you think
right,
about
yeah.
it.
But like in Ponyo, it's like in your face, right?
Okay.
It's in your face because there are many underwater scenes, and whenever like I don't know, fish or Ponyo swims through the ocean, or you see so much like garbage under
the animation
on the bottom of the film. No, really, it's so exaggerated and it's so in your face. For one, okay, it's cool for one, that Ponyo is so, I guess, unsubtle with its theme of environmentalism.
Yeah, that sounds very on the nose.
Yeah, and right, and sustainability. Mm-hmm. But on the other hand, I can really understand that choice because Ponyo is, in this case, is directed towards like smaller children, and that's, I guess, it's a way to maybe make them aware from a young age that this problem exists.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so definitely something for younger kids. My brother really liked it, and my brother is 9 years old. But for older audiences, Ponyo is, as you said, on the nose and not as relatable as other Miyazaki films or Ghibli films in general.
Okay.
So Ponyo, I gave it 3 stars. maybe on a rewatch I'll bump it up to 4, but
so it's a 3.5 or what?
No. Yeah, it's a 3.5 on the normal rating scale.
If you are pleb, I guess. What's Josh trying to say? Yeah, okay.
All right. We have arrived at August.
At August, finally. The month we are in.
And Michael, Basic Instinct.
Basic Instinct, alright. So maybe give some context, because it's probably not the first film in our generation would watch. I mean, I guess it's a cult film. But so I was just with friends, and you know what friends do. Sometimes you just want to grab a movie, and we just had that laying around, and we were like, and me and Victor were like, hey, it's interesting, so why not? And so we watched it together, us three, and it was an interesting experience, definitely. So Basic Instinct is like this, I guess, very erotic thriller by Paul Verhoeven.
Erotic.
Yeah.
Like, looks very much erotic from the poster.
It's like this Paul Verhoeven film, and I don't know how to describe it, honestly. It was really the best way I can say it. It's just a very bold film, both in terms of the nudity and the story. So basically, there's like this murder mystery on who killed, like, I won't go too deep into it, because I think, Josh, this is a movie I would recommend to you.
Oh my god! Okay.
It's like this murder mystery with like the whodunit, but like the music and the angles, like the camera, it really just plays with your expectations, and that's I think what's making it so good, because like I have this is probably very sacrilegious, but I've never seen a Hitchcock movie, but my friend also then was like, hey, this is very Hitchcockian, like how he plays with your expectations. Yeah, it was very done. I mean, the protagonist, like the main policeman who's kind of investigating it and confronting this. Okay, so basically Sharon Stone, many people will probably know the famous scene where she's kind of switching her legs, and you can see that she's not wearing any pants during a police interrogation. And she's kind of the main suspect.
Okay.
And you're not sure if it's actually her, if she's the murderer or not. So this person at the beginning, like, who's like very famous. I think he was a ex-rock star. He basically got murdered in a sort of BDSM way with an ice pick.
Whoa.
And
that's gruesome.
It's a very gruesome, and yeah, it's not something for kids. Basically, opposite. We just talked about Ponyo, and then we were talking about Basic Instinct.
That transition, though.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And I mean, I guess there's probably some feminist angle you can pull out of it, because the women are kind of depicted in a very, I guess, superficial way, just kind of playing off that because that's Paul Verhoeven. But yeah, it was just really maybe to explain the story further. So Rockstar dies. It seems to have been in like a sexual act. We see it at the beginning, actually, of course. And then like this main investigator played by Michael Keaton, I think.
Michael Douglas.
Fuck. Is there a Michael Keaton?
Michael Keaton is the guy, the actor from Birdman, from Batman, like from the old Batman films.
I'm really kind of slandering my name here. Yeah, okay, Michael Douglas. Yeah, he's the detective, the main detective. He kind of falls for the main suspect, basically, but you're not sure if she's actually done it. And then there are kind of all these revelations and everything. And
Okay.
like it's really, the story is quite bizarre. As in, if you learn about her life and what she's written, you think, what the fuck? You're
Okay.
like, okay. Like, it gives off the impression that it must be her, or like she must have planned all of this, but it's not revealed. Like, it plays kind of around with your expectations up until the very end. And yeah, basically, like, Michael Douglas is also just kind of not only falling for her, he's also kind of falling from, he's trying to get his act together, basically, because he abused alcohol. He has alcohol abuse problems and everything. But he kind of also falls from grace during the movie, because he just not only falls for her, but during the investigation, he gets more and more ruthless and doesn't know who to trust anymore and things like that.
That sounds quite cool. Like, so it's not an erotic film then, it's more of a thriller.
It's a
mystery thriller, right?
It's a mystery thriller with erotic elements.
Oh, I'm a sucker for these
There are some
ones.
very explicit scenes. Don't watch it with your brother, please.
Okay, I know I'm not going to. Okay, I'm going to add it to my watch list.
Yeah. Like, really,
whatever that means. Just kidding, no. I mean,
seriously, the movie and the music and like the way it's shot really sell the story. I don't think it would work otherwise.
Okay.
Just like how it narratively is kind of telling the story really adds a layer to it. Yeah.
I'm interested in the cinematography then.
It looks, it has a bit of a slight noir feel, but it's still playing, I guess, in the late 80s. So yeah, take what you want from it.
Cool.
Yeah, and don't get a boner. Try to not get one. I don't think
That's hard. That's hard. But no, I am just a little off topic. No, never mind. Let's continue. That's kind of weird if we can.
Okay, so I guess we shall talk about Green Knight.
The Green Knight, yeah.
Yeah, a movie we watched together because cinemas are open again.
We watched it in I guess you can call it art house cinema.
Yeah, it's by A24 again.
No,
right?
Yeah. But we watched it in an art house theater.
Oh, right. Right. I thought you were talking about the movie.
But the film itself is also kind of artsy. But overall, we haven't visited this particular theater in years, I believe.
Yeah, it was quite nice, pleasant. What? I thought I was about to say that it was a pleasant experience. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say that it was a long time since we visited it.
I mean, we could go on a rant about a certain movie.
Okay, all right. Okay. No, we're not going to do that.
Okay. Maybe another time.
We're going to spare you this rant, maybe for another time. Yeah. But The Green Knight is definitely definitely something else, a special one.
To give some, so it's by the director who made Ghost Stories, another movie that's on my watch list and I haven't seen. And it is this kind of movie which is tells the story about the Green Knight, which is a story in the Arthurian mythology, I guess.
Arthurian mythology.
Yeah. About King Arthur.
Yeah.
It's about the nephew of his called Gawain. And basically this movie kind of tells the story about him trying to... I mean, that's not something I thought while watching the movie. While watching the movie, I was very confused and angry. But afterwards, after reading about it, it's basically about him trying to gain honor.
Yeah. Gain honor, and he has to... So the premise is one day the Green Knight appears in the castle.
Maybe before that. Like Gawain he's not a trained knight. He is a drunk.
Yeah.
He likes women.
Right. He's like a playboy.
He's
a medieval playboy.
A medieval playboy that is kind of not good at anything.
Not good at anything. He does what he wants.
Yeah.
And that's like, okay, we're starting from this point.
Yeah.
We have Gawain. He has to learn a lot. Right. So then.
And his mother is very disapproving of of his behavior. And she's also accused of being a witch, which is kind of left for the audience to kind of interpret how you think about it. But I mean, I'm on the side that she's a witch, but yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Okay. So for us, she's a witch. And she basically gives his son like this. I mean, on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, she summons this
Green Knight. Or rather, it's not explicitly said that she summoned him, but there is like this letter the Green Knight gives to the king that we see in her hands, kind of. So it's kind of implied. Anyway, so the Green Knight appears on Christmas Eve, and he's making like this offer to play a game, essentially. So anyone who was brave enough to oppose him would have the chance to have one hit on him. Like, he wouldn't defend himself. He would just let that person hit him once. Like, for example, with a sword, decapitate him or something. And after that, but if he's still, alive, he will return the favor on the next Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
And Gawain...
What does Gawain do?
Well,
as
Gawain...
a medieval playboy.
As a medieval playboy, thinking he has to kind of show that he's also like a legend, I guess. Like, you are in King Arthur's rounds and everyone has like his own backstory. And, Gawain wants to impress upon them. So he kind of strikes down on the... he takes on he accepts the play, I guess, and then he strikes down the Green Knight. But after decapitating him, he still is living, because obviously he looks kind of like he's like a Groot, but
he looks kind of like Groot. Yeah,
he looks like, it's basically a Night Groot, if you want to visualize it. And
he goes to his Green Chapel,
right?
And then a year passes in light speed.
Yes.
And this is where the Green Knight gets, I guess, interesting / boring.
Depending on who you are.
Right. He goes to this journey to get his, I guess, his payback from the Green Knight.
Yeah. I mean, essentially, he made a promise with the Green Knight, and he has to kind of
fulfill this promise, right?
Yeah.
And on this journey, he faces different challenges.
Which all have to do with some knightly value.
Right. This is revealed in the end. But these challenges are... Okay, now I think we can get into... spoilers and things we liked and didn't like.
Maybe we should... Okay. I would still recommend it, even though I didn't like it.
Okay, that's cool, Michael. But because, you have to imagine, sitting beside Michael, and you were like every 10 minutes, oh my god, and I was like, me too. In my mind, I was like, dude, man, can this film like go on? Maybe just.
I think it's
gain a little bit speed. So the Green Knight is extremely slow paced.
Yeah, it's like this. Okay, it looks very good. It has great it has great cinematography. The CGI is at some place a bit not so good looking, but whatever. And I mean, just go read something about the story. Yep. That's what I would recommend. Read about the Green Knight, so you understand what the movie is trying to tell you.
So you don't have to,
or have a 500 IQ, right. Because otherwise you won't get it.
You won't get it, and you will just
you will be there and bored.
Yeah, bored or anger yourself to death.
Yeah, you will think about how you could just watch something else.
Yeah,
like I don't know, Game of Thrones. Will you watch Game of Thrones instead? I don't know, because it kind of looks like Game of Thrones in a very superficial way, but that's just fantasy movies.
That's fantasy movies in general.
Yeah,
but the film actually successfully conjures like a really immersive atmosphere. I know that sounds controversial to our statement that this film is like boring, because how can a film be boring and at the same time immersive? But it's not this boring, you know. There are many different layers to boring. Was like the thought that this film could be paced a little more a little better,
yeah,
right? But and sometimes boring. It was pretty boring, especially in dialogue scenes, because
especially when the okay, what I will
whenever
say,
it tells you something, whenever it tells you like a riddle, some reference you don't even understand, it gets boring. But other times where you just can soak in the atmosphere, the environment, the scenery,
though
it's not
they
boring.
do be holding long on the camera.
Yeah,
I guess.
I guess so. They do.
Another thing, I would describe this movie as such. It's basically like this movie as a whole is an allegory for like knightly values. If you can get behind that, then it's cool. If you get bored because all the characters are not characters per se, except maybe Gawain, but like represent something and are these allegories, then metaphors, then you won't get too much out of it. I mean,
right.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
We also we also thought that the film was kind of a coming of age story where Gawain learns these lessons on the way and returns as a completely changed man.
Yeah.
But the ending is in that regard quite open. So spoilers, I guess, like really hard spoilers.
Yeah, now it's the spoiler time.
No, it's really spoiler time.
Okay.
So before he gets beheaded, we see.
Okay, we don't know if he gets beheaded. Like the
before. Right. Yeah. Before he's about to be beheaded, which is unclear as well. We see a vision where he returns to the kingdom.
Okay. Maybe to give also. Just to hold you back a bit. So he gets to the chapel and he basically fails every task he has been given.
Right.
Like, for example, the first thing he has to show is one of the values is generosity.
Generosity, right.
And he sees this empty field where there was a battle and, people and corpses, I guess, lying around. And this kind of kid comes around, who, if you don't get what he represents, you will think this is the most annoying piece of shit.
Most annoying,
ever.
Unnecessary scene ever.
Yeah, you will think like, oh, okay, so there's like this random fucking child that's kind of running around and needing money, like in the middle of this field, and you should feel sorry for him. What? But basically, they were presenting generosity, but like Gawain refuses to give him any money, and then he gets kind of robbed by them.
Yeah, but it's not. We don't see him directly fail. It's just recalled in the end of the film. So we're told that he actually failed every challenge, but while watching,
he does.
While watching the film,
watching the film, we didn't None of us got it.
Yeah, because he just leisurely, not really leisurely, but there's like little like friction, somehow.
You mean in that dialogue, like between them, tension?
Like, tension. There's like little tension because in some scenes he just, leisurely walks through those challenges and nothing really happens. And in the end, we realize, he actually faced those challenges. But to get to the vision, so in his vision, he sees himself returning to the kingdom, becoming king, and essentially leading his kingdom to its demise. Because he's just a bad king and he failed those challenges. He didn't fulfill the promise, and that's I guess, retaliation.
Yeah, and the way he dies is also very symbolic. He's given like this just kind of this cloth by his
piece of cloth.
piece of cloth by his mother that's supposed to kind of protect him. Whether this thing actually does that is unclear. Maybe it's just kind of a way of his mother playing with him. Like, if we are interpreting it in a way that his mother is testing him, then, she would give it to him, and she would give this piece of cloth to him, and she would see if he actually wears it the whole time, kind of being a coward. And, he basically pulls it out with his inner organs to his demise after he realizes that his kingdom is falling in that version, and then gets decapitated. So like he can't, I guess, escape his fate. And then he decides to. So this is the vision he gets after he repeatedly kind of chickens out. Like the Green Knight was about to decapitate him, but then he but then he always is like, hold on. Wait,
don't do that.
And at the end, in the end, if he realizes, that's the fate and I have to stand to that, he kind of at least wins or like conquers this challenge.
Yeah.
That at least in the end he somewhat redeems himself. Yeah.
So
I mean, okay. Are you also on the page that his mother is probably testing him?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why it's like, for me at least, a coming of age story. Or it
coming tonight.
Coming tonight. Should have been or could have been. I don't know. It's quite vague. How the entire story turns out. It's up to our interpretation, and I think it was the right choice, I guess, and it somehow fit with the mysterious atmosphere, the mystique in general with the film, of the film. So yeah.
It's just, I can't emphasize this enough. Read about it a bit. Don't watch, read about the mythology, what everything means a bit, or try to decipher it afterwards, because I think that's the more satisfying part than actually watching the film.
Yep.
Because when you're, like, to give our perspective, when you're not into the story, when you don't know enough about King Arthur, you will sit there and think during each challenge, which are quite different, what kind of the point of it is. And it doesn't, like, at first they don't seem to leave a big impact.
Yeah.
But at the end, it makes sense if you think about what they kind of represent, but then, then the movie's over.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about the different challenges given to him?
I think that would be like, do you think it's important? I mean,
I guess I want to talk about some things, like what do you think the fox means? Like he
probably he's I don't know, sometimes he's shoulder angel, sometimes he's shoulder devil. Just a companion who is
I guess
is autonomous on its own. Like, and the fox like always is, so sometimes he's like a guiding figure, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the other,
Yes.
and especially in the end, where he tempts him to go back, he's like to basically bail out, and where he prevents him from fulfilling the promise. He's like, I guess
it has somewhat of a deceiving character.
Yeah, whispering to Gawain. It's a weird name, Gawain. To Gawain's fears and he like this deceiving. Yeah, I think deceiving is a good adjective to describe the fox.
We also like there are flashes of like pictures depicted with the fox. So I guess and during like a hunt where the fox is I guess leading. I don't know.
Or he's being hunted. I don't remember.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Also, this. Do you know what the giants mean? Do the giants have any meaning, or is it just like an interlude? I guess. Like the giants weren't like it was more a way to maybe get quicker to the Green Chapel, like a shortcut, but nothing more. I think. Right? Like they weren't. That wasn't a challenge.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
But I think we both liked the scene.
I mean, I was during that time I was watching Attack on Titan, and I was reminded of it a bit, but yeah.
They kind of looked like the Titans, I guess. But
vaguely.
But I just like the surreality. Is this even a word? Surrealism?
Surrealness. Like the surrealness of the movie.
Yeah. No, it's like surrealism. No, surrealism is like the art form surrealism.
Surrealness would be like
surrealness. Yeah,
I think
surreality.
Anyway,
it was quite. I enjoyed it really. I really enjoyed it.
I think like during the film I felt more like confused because it hints at a very vast mythology and world, like and you are at that moment you're just thinking what's the point, but it is a very interesting world, definitely. Like they could definitely make more movies about Arthur and
for sure
it's interesting. Also, what I didn't realize during the film was that actually when we were so there was this one lord we meet in the middle of the film,
right, played by Joel Edgerton.
Exactly. That was the character that always plays someone in fantasy films, right?
And the guy who played Arthur, Sean Harris. Oh my god, he's like born. He's like a guy from another age.
Right. Anyway, so we are at Joel Edgerton's home, and we meet kind of his wife, I guess.
Yeah.
And his wife looks exactly. Have you noticed this? Yeah, exactly alike to the his girlfriend, who is
they're played by the same actor, like Alicia Vikander, right?
Yeah, and it's also very. I don't know if I have figured out an interpretation for that yet.
Me neither, to be honest. I mean, he doesn't seem to give her, like the girlfriend, the love she gives to him.
I mean, he's just really. I mean. For him, it's probably more of a plaything, but when it's like serious, and he like at the beginning, she wants him to say that, promise me that I'll be your wife or something, because because Gawain is the noble and she isn't, and Yeah, I found that
and
very
and in the
interesting.
when he meets, when they talk about the claw thing, in
Yeah.
the sleeping chamber,
Yeah.
he gets humiliated by I guess, can you call her the queen?
Like
By the noble woman,
the noble woman.
who looks like his girlfriend.
Yeah. Yeah,
He
like
gets humiliated, right? And
yeah,
maybe it's
kinda like she also says like he's not a knight.
yeah,
Because he kinda also fails that he gets essentially seduced.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
Also, okay, what is this? There was also this like weird old woman who also has like this blindfold on during the whole freaking scene.
Like I think we watched the same analysis video, right? And in that
Probably.
analysis video, the YouTuber talked about how this blindfolded woman is is her mother, like represents her mother. How she is
Oh yeah, looking
after
to him.
Gawain,
Yeah.
his son, right?
Yeah.
The whole time, and maybe just seeing how he behaves,
Mhm.
and checks if he's even evolving as a person.
Yeah. Which he is not for the
Which
first.
he's not. I mean, the
Yeah.
Green Knight is just. I mean, Gawain is like a real idiot, like a clumsy.
Yeah, it's like
a clumsy.
he's the opposite of an anime protagonist. He learns nothing until the very end, though.
Until the very end, where the film ends. So yeah.
Yeah. Take what you want from it. It is fascinating because it's been a while since we watched it. How many? It's been
2 weeks.
Yeah,
2 weeks.
Yeah.
And you gave it 2.5. I gave it 3.
Yes.
To be honest, it was a 3.5 for me actually.
Oh, okay. So you're bumping your score. Okay. So you round it up.
Round it.
Always also as people with the whole number system.
But I have to say, like, the main reason, the main determinator of my score is probably how the technical aspects of the film manifested, because like we talked about the cinematography, the production design, and the set design, and the sound design is notable as well, right?
Yeah, we haven't talked about the score, but the score is also very brilliant. I think it gets overused a bit. So like there's this main kind of jarring theme with like these female vocals in a very archaic kind of way, but it does stick out to you, and it is very fitting.
Yeah.
And listenable.
I guess go watch The Green Knight. We both recommend it.
Although
with caution and with a little bit of knowledge. Pre-knowledge, I guess, of the story.
If you enjoyed movies that are more on the allegorical interpretational side, then definitely go see it. Otherwise, if you're a person who likes it very concrete, you won't like this at all. But yeah. Great.
All right, Pan's Labyrinth, Michael. 3.5.
Pan's Labyrinth. Okay, let's go. Yeah, so I Josh gave me his Pan's Labyrinth CD, and I then watched Pan's Labyrinth at home. And I don't think I've completely wrapped my head around it. It's definitely a very interesting film. I enjoyed it more than I enjoyed watching Green Knight while watching it. And so it's by Guillermo del Toro, for those people who don't know, and it kind of plays at this, like, it plays like during this civil war in Spain, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. And then so there are like two worlds in this movie. Like,
Yep.
with the fantasy aspect on the one hand and Ophelia, and on the other there's basically like this authoritarian fascist regime with what's his name? He was so brilliant. The general.
The
What was his
general,
name?
yeah, he was brilliant.
Yeah, I have to look that up.
He was
Vidal.
brilliant being a fucking asshole.
He was very brilliant in that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Vidal is his name, and he's kind of the main antagonist, I guess. He's very sinister, definitely. And yeah, he's kind of fighting off like the last rebellions.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very dark fantasy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I could talk about it on a story level, but I don't think it would do it too much justice.
Yeah. I'd say let's keep it vague because Pan's Labyrinth is, I mean, it's quite popular.
It's a very popular film.
It's mainly it gets its attention mostly due to the creature design, like the
of the fawn.
The fawn, right?
Yeah,
it's very memorable, and also what's the creature called? No eyes, like with the creature that
I know what you mean.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, probably most people have seen it. It's like this, in this like chamber where this creature appears with like eyes in his hand, which is apparently inspired from some Japanese folklore. Guillermo del Toro just created like this really, it's like, it's kind of like Quentin Tarantino, where he references a lot of things into a single film, like from what I've understood it. You know, like
how he takes many references, but he doesn't.
Yeah,
he doesn't implement them. That how do you say that? What's the word I'm looking for? Like Tarantino is really, he doesn't shy away from showing the audience what references he uses.
Mm-hmm.
Most of his films rely on your knowledge of those references, but in Pan's Labyrinth the references are more hidden, you know.
I guess he makes it his own, basically, more than I guess. I mean, if you want, we can talk about the creature design. So it was immaculate. It's I mean, maybe the CGI isn't the greatest. I mean, it's a movie in 2006, but other than that, if it comes to like real puppets and everything, it's great to look at. I like those. I mean, it's probably like a more mainstream opinion, but I like when it's like actual puppets or costumes. I don't know. It just gives it more charm. Or I also prefer it if the I guess spaceships are real miniatures. Anyway.
Yeah.
Where to begin?
Let's start. I know, maybe talk a little bit about the music, just about the different aspects of the film, I guess. We don't have to necessarily sum up the plot. To be honest, I don't even remember that much about the plot.
Okay, I'll give my best.
No, I do remember it.
Okay.
Albeit vaguely, but yeah, I do remember the plot.
Now in our comments it will say, podcast person doesn't remember the plot of the movie he talks about.
Oh
Exposed.
My god. Exposed. No. Oh my god.
No. Just kidding.
So
it's a weird counterpoint to have this kind of fairy-esque tale while being in the middle of a civil war, you know? It's really tonally kind of weird, but it works. And I guess that's what's fascinating about it, that it still works in that regard. That you're not like, you know, you don't feel as though the fairy tale aspect is kind of tasteless because, you know, you're placing it in a civil war. This is, some people, I mean, if it were something like, I don't know, someone would place something in Auschwitz, people would be like, what the fuck? But in this, it works. It feels tasteful still. And there are obviously parallels, and also, you know, reality and fantasy are kind of melting together. It is still kind of this weird juxtaposition, you know?
And don't you think that, I mean, we already mentioned that Pan's Labyrinth is really dark, but just, I mean, Ophelia, the protagonist, finds herself in this cruel situation. And
maybe you could describe her situation.
I mean, she and her mother are moving. No, in the beginning of the movie, moved to this I guess remote mansion.
Yeah, so like one of the headquarters of like the fascist regime,
right?
Where we meet the General Vidal, and kind of Ophelia's mother married Vidal, basically.
Yeah,
she remarried because Ophelia's father died.
Yeah, which is in and of itself
quite a tragedy.
Quite a tragedy, and maybe foreshadowing the darkness that is about to come, because Ophelia's life is. So naturally, if you live on in a headquarter by the, what was it, fascist?
Yeah, it was. We just call it fascist regime. It has a name.
Right. Of the fascist regime, life is hard.
The Francos.
Life is hard, right? Yeah. Life is so hard, and
especially because Vidal is the very strict general.
And her mother is pregnant, right?
Yeah, her mother's
pregnant. Her mother suffers, and there's so much pressure on Ophelia, and in turn she escapes.
You could read it as
that's escapism essentially. She escapes into this in this other world,
a fantasy world.
In this fantasy world,
she likes her books.
Where she meets the faun.
She because, I mean, interpret it how you want, but she kind of because she reads it and she kind of sees the magic of things, and then she gets she meets like a little fairy, and the fairy would lead her to the faun.
Yep.
In the labyrinth.
And I guess that's the child. That's the imagination of a child.
Yeah, you can read it both ways.
Something like this.
Yeah,
and
it's never revealed if actually Ophelia is kind of making this whole up to kind of give her life some levity and some positive things, or if it's actual real magic, and which I really enjoyed also.
Interesting thing is this fantasy world is not even that blithesome. It's quite. It has its own rules, and it also tests Ophelia, especially in the scene with the incredible creature, the eyeball hand creature, and
yes. Maybe so. Ophelia is basically the faun reveals that she is actually the queen of like an underground civilization, and that she previously had turned human to go to the to live with them, but then never returned, and the king is kind of still waiting for her, and she kind of now has a chance to go back, but she has to show that she didn't become a human and still, is worthy, I guess. Or how Thor would put it, I guess. Yeah. And yeah, she didn't get challenges by the fawn.
Yeah. And
maybe just to stop here, camera-wise, I find it very clever that they never showed Ophelia actually going from the mansion to the labyrinth. There's always a cut in between, or like a transition where we don't see her move to do that. So it's always, yeah. So it's that really leaves it open if it actually happened, Like there would always be a transition where the fairy kind of flies through the house, and then in the next shot we are with Ophelia outside at the labyrinth. But we never actually see her move to the labyrinth.
Okay, that's a cool detail.
Yeah.
Maybe also used to even further emphasize the separation between the two worlds. Like, there's not even a transition between those two. It's like...
Okay, there might be a transition, but...
or in the other world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not inherently clear that what she is experience, like, yeah, there's this spatial separation, but also like it leaves it very ambiguous if it's Ophelia's just dreaming all this up, or if that's actually happening.
Yeah.
Do we want to talk about Vidal?
You mean the general?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like this fucking asshole.
He's a giant piece of shit.
Oh my god. Don't judge me for this. But
okay.
Like in the end, the scene where he hits the man, was it with the gun? With the gun handle in the face? Oh my god. That was so I didn't expect that. I didn't expect the film to end this brutally. And also
it didn't end with that. It was one of the
it didn't end,
scenes.
but was it? Oh
yeah, it was.
Oh,
at the very beginning to show that he's a piece of shit.
Okay, that's why. Okay, yeah. Okay.
I mean, he's still a piece of shit, which is shown through the entire movie. A very selfish piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who? Yeah.
But the ending is really like ambiguous as well. Because Ophelia isn't shown to be officially dead, right? She's shown to live in this world with...
Well, she dies as a human, but...
Right.
Maybe she lives in this fairy world. But it's not revealed if that actually exists or not, because,
in this afterlife with her parents, happily...
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's so dark.
It's dark, really.
And especially like the way she dies. It's a very... So essentially at the end, Vidal is getting his ass kicked by the rebels because they kind of, they have basically, I guess you could call them spies.
Yeah.
Or rather, people that sympathize with them in Vidal's headquarters, and then that would lead to a whole bunch of things, and essentially a whole bunch of tragedy also. And at the end, they would just kind of fight, and Vidal, at all this chaos, has to kind of get his shit together, and then he realizes that Ophelia is kind of taking his brother. So like, the mother dies in a very unfortunate way, because essentially of Vidal's selfishness, right? You could say that.
I forgot how she died. I thought it was because of childbirth.
Yeah, she dies while giving birth.
Right,
it's kind of like Star Wars 3. No, so yeah, she Ophelia basically tries to help her mother, and if you interpret it that way, that the magic actually exists, she tries to help her with magic, but her mother kind of doesn't believe in that. She's kind of more. I mean, she married Vidal kind of pragmatically, I guess, and she doesn't believe in all that. And in the end, because they kind of killed that root, that magical roots that would help her, get healthy, she then kind of after that dies after giving childbirth. And Vidal just doesn't give a shit. Is happy that he gets a son because
God damn, yeah.
And so anyway, Ophelia takes his smaller brother to the labyrinth, where she would have one last challenge before returning to the fantastical world. And essentially what she would have to do is sacrifice her brother to get back. So like that's what the fawn what the fawn is kind of telling her, deceiving her essentially. And she refuses, and Vidal, while being on drugs given to her by Ophelia, he gets to he also arrives to the labyrinth and then shoots her to get the brother back. He didn't even have to shoot her, but because he's such a cruel piece of shit, he does it anyway. And then he gets he gets the brother back, and Ophelia dies. And so like the challenge was essentially to spill the blood of someone innocent, and that's what happened. So like she kind of sacrificed her own life for the life of her brother, and therefore in the
fantasy world she gets to live further.
Yeah, she gets the further, supposing that it exists. And Vidal meets his satisfying demise, at least after dying and not being remembered
by the rebels, right?
By the rebels, yeah, man, what a fucking movie! Like, talk about innovative. Like, I really want to emphasize like what a balancing act this is. Like, you have this kind of really terrible human backdrop, and also these dark fantasy elements, and it still fits, and you're not like, and it, as I said, it's tasteful. Like, it doesn't feel out of place. You don't feel like he's kind of just, why you're telling this fairy tale during a war, because it's a very dark tale.
It's
grim.
like the fantasy aspect is like the war is the basis for the fantasy aspect, because the film deals with escapism. So somehow everything is really woven together very well. Dark fantasy, something that we don't see a lot of these days.
I mean you could say Game of Thrones. We do know Game of Thrones, and that's
the Green Knight can also be labeled as dark fantasy, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Or green fantasy.
Michael,
so sorry. So anyway, it is, I don't know, I would just say it's a very innovative, interesting, and just very beautiful movie. Yeah.
I mean, go see it then.
Yeah, I'll see it again. No, just kidding. But maybe I will. Maybe I'll.
No, I say.
I'm saying, you're saying to the audience, but I was making a joke because I was like, I mean, wait, what did you give it?
Like 4.
What? Okay. What's your conclusion to it? I guess
my conclusion is, so I actually watched Pan's Labyrinth, when I was small.
What?
Yeah, really.
What the fuck? Who allowed this? Your parents are very irresponsible.
I know.
And I'm the luckily, kid. Yeah. I'm the kid who watched James Bond as a kid.
And there comes Pan's Labyrinth. No, I actually didn't remember anything. So for me, it was like a fresh watch.
Dude,
it's almost
it
2
would
years
probably
ago
okay.
when I watched it.
Mhm.
But yeah, it was so dark for me as well. So I didn't expect it to be that dark.
No.
Okay, for one, the protagonist is a child. Okay, so
Yeah.
my preconception was okay, and can't be that dark, right? But then, damn,
Yeah.
yeah,
Also,
it
to
completely
emphasize,
overwhelmed me.
the child actor
But
was also pretty good. Like
what? Pardon?
the child
The child actor, yeah,
was
definitely.
really good.
Yeah.
Like usually, we poke fun at how bad they are usually, but he was really fitting in a role. Well,
Oof, yeah.
the person who played Vidal, though, like the actor, who Del Toro explicitly wanted, he was also really great in role. Like you really hate him.
Oh my god. This
Yeah.
is the best transition ever. So I just realized that the actor who played Vidal
Yeah.
played in the movie that I watched after Green Knight. Right? No
Okay.
way. It's like, okay, I'm gonna keep it short here. Again, Happy as Lazzaro is an Italian film by Alice Rohrwacher. And the the story is very intriguing. You have this guy named Lazzaro, and he's like I guess, the good boy in this small village.
The good boy, okay.
The good boy. So, the good, innocent, ignorant boy. He's very ignorant. So he does everything he is ordered to do,
okay,
right?
Yeah.
He has no complaints. He's
just living his life.
just living his life, but he's is the opposite of independent, and he doesn't seem to have like own opinions or even an own mind, right?
Okay.
But then one day,
wait, can I ask something?
Yeah.
Did you watch it on movie?
Yeah, I watched it on movie.
We are really getting to a point where this is just a movie ad.
I mean, come on, movie. If you see this, just sponsor us, man.
The sponsors. We are only talking about films that you provide.
Right.
Except Marriage Story.
And we are going to mention you like every 10 minutes once.
Yeah. Anyway.
So, right. Then it's revealed that the people in this village are actually being exploited by a woman who treats the workers, or who treats the townspeople basically as workers, as slaves,
Okay.
you could almost say.
Okay.
And after this information has been revealed, we reach the midpoint of the film, and this is where it gets interesting.
Don't spoil too much. I think I want to watch it.
Okay. Okay, it's hard not to spoil because it's okay. Then I'm going to keep it disclosed because during the midpoint something very, very cool happens.
Cool.
It's cool. It's really cool. It's unexpected, and it kind of
Does he? Okay, can I guess? Does Lazaro kind of see behind the facade and?
No,
Okay.
You're not gonna expect it because it's kind of it's surreal a little bit.
All right. Yeah, I'm seeing a wolf on the poster.
Yep, the wolf is a theme.
Okay.
They mention wolves a lot, like wolves of the society, just wolves as a figure of danger. And before they were like townspeople, of course, and the wolves, like the actual wolf, threatened the economy of the village, right? Because wolves they eat sheep, and sheep are good for wool. So, but in the second half, the wolf gets a new symbol attached to.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, and Happy as Lazaro is 2 hours long. It's quite lengthy. It's a slow movie, but it's definitely in a highly interesting movie.
Okay.
Give it a watch.
Is it a thriller or is
it's
it
not a thriller? It's anything but a thriller. It's
okay.
I would say it's a fantasy.
Moving, yeah.
It's a little bit. It's a bit of a fantasy film. More of a Oh God, what genre? Okay, Letterboxd. Oh, okay. Letterboxd does classify Happy as Lazaro as a drama and a fantasy. Okay. So yeah. I watched it completely without any information about the film, so I didn't even watch the trailer. I was just browsing movie and okay, my God, this is yeah. Let's try not to mention movie before we close this podcast. Okay. I think it's gonna be a very hard challenge.
Okay.
But luckily,
one of the I follow IG on Letterboxd, and he has a review, and maybe you can maybe it means something to you.
Okay.
He said weirdest Marvel superhero origin yet. I have no idea what that means, but okay.
Yep. Yeah, okay. I kind of get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say it because it sounds funny. It sounds intriguing.
I want to discuss this movie so badly because it's the thing that happens in the midpoint is so unconventional, and the fact that I'm going to tell you and the audience just a small information, but it's a little bit spoily. So the film is can be divided as you probably kind of expected into 2 parts, and these 2 parts are shifted in time, right? They're still linear. They're still linear, but there's a big jump in time. And, this automatically creates an emotional bond to the characters you then see as adults, you know. You first see them as children in this town, and then later on you see them as grown-ups.
So like It?
Yeah, kind of like It, just put in one movie. And I'm always like falling for this emotionally. I really like this. If you see characters growing up and seeing how they change,
So you like coming of age films?
Yeah, basically. Coming of age films. So my last film of August, and probably the last film we're going to discuss in this Jumbo episode, or not necessarily discuss, but address, is
Whisper of the Heart.
I watched Whisper of the Heart, which we already discussed.
You talked about it,
in May. Okay, I bumped my score up to 5. All right.
Yeah,
I watched it before the exam.
You could talk about why you enjoyed it more this time around.
So first of all, I was way too invested in the actual romantic relationship in Whisper of the Heart, and I felt so attached to that aspect of the film, because I don't know, I just romantic relationships always really stand out to me, and they're mostly always in the center of films. But this time, Whisper of the Heart is just struck, I guess, a more sensible chord when I guess devoted my attention to the main character and her desire to seek a purpose in life. So Shizuku is the main character, right? I think we've already discussed it in the previously in the podcast, but just to recap, she meets this boy called Seiji. No, Seiji.
Yes.
And Seiji is likes to build violins and has basically planned his life, right? He wants to go to Italy to study building violins, and Shizuku is like undecisive. She doesn't know what she wants to do, but she finds great liking in just writing stories. I guess just kind of letting her fantasy out, and she's just kind of a free spirit, you know.
Okay.
And
Nomadland.
I guess so, in her head.
Yeah.
And she really struggles with that, because then she always compares her life with the life of Seiji. And in addition, she has a crush on Seiji. And Seiji is like this: I have my whole life planned out, and I know what I'm going to do. And Shizuku is like, damn, I don't know what to do in life. And then she just sets herself a task, I guess, to write a story in 1 month, to really test herself whether or not this is what she wants to do. And then the struggle arises where she neglects school, and then her creativity competes with her education. They don't go hand in hand. Her family, of course, gets involved. And this is like something I paid way more attention to
the second time around.
Okay. Even though it's like really the main theme of it all. And just felt so relatable. Again, this film is a slice of life film. It's grounded in reality, as opposed to other Ghibli films, I guess. And the symbolism is also pretty strong here, because there's like this cat, right? And the cat, the cat statue. I'm sorry, yeah, the cat statue, and the cat statue has those diamond eyes, right? And a recurrent symbolism is that everyone is a diamond, or everyone has inside themselves an unpolished diamond that
needs to be discovered.
That needs to be discovered first, right?
Okay.
This like a raw material that has to be uncovered to be completely, I guess, unfolded, or yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
and yeah. So, and the I guess the main soundtrack, the main musical theme of Whisper of the Heart is Country Roads, and Country Roads is like fits so perfectly for this film. And Country Roads, like the symbolism of the road heading toward some unknown destination. You have to find it. You have to actually walk this road to know where it ends. Just like Shizuku in the film. Yeah. And yeah, just really heartwarming overall. You have to watch it, man.
I will. It's on Netflix. On Netflix, yeah. Anyway,
oh my god, oh my god, that's tragic. The director actually died just a couple of years after Whisper of the Heart got released.
Oh wow, this is sad.
Oh my god, that's so... My god, why? He died of overworking. Is that even a word? Overworking?
Yeah, you can say that.
Overworking, right? He died of overworking.
I mean, that's just that's just kind of Japan in a nutshell, honestly, though. Like, all of these animators and mangakas are like working their ass off. It's crazy. Anyway, maybe to go back, I find it also, that reminds me of a thought I had about, isn't it weird that probably the thing we are the best at, like, there's a good chance we'll never discover it. Like, when you were talking about the raw diamond that we had to find and discover,
Yeah.
there's so many things in life you could possibly be good at, and you might never discover that you have actually talent for it, and yeah.
I guess try different things. Try as many things as possible. But I think the raw diamond is like something that is inherent to one person.
Okay.
Like not every person likes to play football or read books.
But you're talking about how it needs to be discovered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in this, and I don't know if covering this thing means that you have to try different things, or if this thing automatically at some point in time arises. Like
maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you have your calling. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the calling, like in the end. All right, I think that's a good ending point for the podcast, I guess.
Yeah.
Just to talk.
I wanted to say another thing.
Yeah.
When you talked about how essentially she's comparing herself with Seiji, and he has everything planned out and she just kind of is very indecisive. I was totally reminded of Frances Ha.
Yeah. No, yeah, I see the parallel.
Yeah. I guess I must like it.
You will like it. You will definitely like it.
Yeah. But how much we like each of us?
I think more than Frances Ha. Meaning you'll give it 5 stars.
Oh damn. I don't know when the last time was that I gave 5 stars. Maybe Parasite. So that's been a while. Yeah. But talking about things we like, we'll probably plan on doing tier lists in the future. So
all right. So upcoming projects are definitely tier lists.
Yeah.
Like shows, like probably anime shows that we watched. Both.
So we're like a, I guess, TV show discussion, and we also plan on roasting each other's ratings on Letterboxd in one episode.
That'll be so fun. Oh my god.
Yeah. So expect a lot of screaming and fun.
Yes. And we just talked 5 hours straight. Okay, I guess not straight, but
no, yeah. This episode, we will probably split this episode, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
No. We're going to upload this as one video. Yeah.
5 hours. Anyway, either way,
it was very fun.
It was very fun. The podcast will be revived, and we will add additional stuff to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. See you next time.
And oh my god. No, we're not going to mention this art house streaming service.
Yeah, but consistent subscribing to already named art house streaming service.
Right. I guess, yeah. See you then. Bye.
Bye.